All right. What is up? What is up? Grace and peace. Grace and peace. Grand rising. Okay. So I know I had said a couple of lives. I kept mentioning that I wanted to do a topic in regards to when I'm talking about the signs and knowing what your chakras are. Basically, metaphysics is what I wanted to start talking to you about. So, and be sure when you come in to hit that like button for me. I appreciate that very much. I know y'all peeking in and seeing what's going on. But anyway, so just wanted to talk briefly as possible, metaphysics. And disclaimer, I'm not a yogi. I'm not a guru. I'm not proclaimed to know, I'm not a scholar in the metaphysics world. There's lots of people that have been here before me. There's books written about it, but I just want to briefly talk about how I got into learning about the chakras and learning about, meditation and the mudras, the hand gestures, which would look like gang signs. And just how we can incorporate these things on our day-to-day, not only just knowing about our zodiac signs, not only just knowing about, well, I'm a Taurus because we're in Taurus season. Shout out to you, Tauruses. But knowing also the spiritual aspects in our body, and how it also relates and correlates to the physical components in our body and on our body. So when we're doing meditation, it's not just to help clear your mind and be slow to anger, right? It's also to help you be in alignment with yourself, helping those chakras, if you will, be in alignment. And I'm going to talk about the chakras. I have lots of books to show you guys. Salute to everybody that's coming in. Make sure to hit that like bell, the like button, the thumbs up, right? And the notification so you can be alerted when I do go live from time to time. Also, one last thing I'm going to just mention before I jump into the topic is this month is the last month that I'll be doing P. Moses in the building. Salute my brother, my good brother. Thank you. Before I go diving further into the topic at hand, I'm still doing private readings, personal readings for anybody that is interested. You can go into the About section of my page of the channel, and you can go through the website there and book a reading. The days that I have left are this Thursday from 8 to, from 1 to about 5:30. Then I have the 16th available again from 1 to 5:30 or 1:30 to 5:30. And then I also have available the 22nd, May 22nd. Aura's in the building. How do you control your dark side? We're going to talk about that. That's a very good question. I love it. Salute to you. Thank you for coming through. I think you're new here too. So salute to you. Thank you. Wally's in the building. What's up, Wally? All right, y'all. Make sure to share this out too. I didn't get to share this out. Slacking. I had my grand aunt passed away a couple of days ago. So my head has kind of just been, and I was kind of like there being like a caregiver with her along with her son. So it's just a lot going on behind the scenes. So forgive me if I didn't send out a text message to my good people in the background on Instagram. So just share this out, So anyway, again, the dates that I have available are this Thursday. I also have available the 16th, which is next Friday. I have available May 20. I don't have my reading glasses on, so forgive me. I'm looking at my calendar. I have available May 22nd, and then I also have available May 29th. And then after that, I'm closing the calendar down until further notice, but I'm hinting more towards when we get into the fall season. I'll open up the calendar again. Again, there's so much going on, and kind of the unexpected, not really unexpected, because my aunt was 92, and we knew that she would be going down soon. So just, funeral preparations and things of that nature. So the next couple of months is just going to kind of be, for personal reasons, just a little bit haywire for me. And I wanted to just dedicate that to my family and myself. And then I can go ahead and dedicate my time again to you all. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive back into this. P. Moses, please talk about it. Please talk today about it. I will, Aura. Thank you, P. Moses. Please like and share. Yes, you have me locked in on the 29th. I do now. Thank you, Wally. But you didn't go into the website, so I guess we're doing it behind the scenes. All right. Okay, so let's talk about it. Aura is very interested in the dark side. Let me just, before I go diving into that, because that's great. I am one who hones in on my dark side. I appreciate my dark side. I'm walking side by side with my dark side. I don't let it overpower me anymore. I was trying to control it. The Hulk in me wanted to come out this weekend, but I was like, it's not about you, David Banner. You need to sit down. So let's just go really quickly into this, and then I will ask questions. Also, I will drop the link. So if you're interested in coming up and talking to me about, what the metaphysics are, remember, disclaimer, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a guru. I'm not a yogi. I'm not a metaphysics professional. I don't profess to be this, but I'm going to tell you about my journey and how it may help for somebody out there to get on their journey in this, Heru spiritual quest for self. All right. So this discussion is about how the chakras work with your body, what they stand for, how it works in the metaphysic world and how it works in the physical world. Also, we'll be discussing properties of certain crystals. I always talk about crystals. This is the selenite. So all these things kind of work hand in hand with each other. Again, when I talk about my Heru journey, I will tell you about how, crystals and doing yoga all work tangible. All right. Yoga, right. So we'll discuss about that and how it works, doing yoga, how that works, incorporating meditation and in your yoga practice while you're holding your crystals. Like all of this stuff work side by side with each other. Not to say you can't do each one by itself and not see the results, but to really power up and become, what's his name? I forgot what the guy's name is. I lose my cool points when it comes to the anime cartoons, but he powers up and he's like, I forgot what his name is. Y'all tell me what his name is, please. All right, so meditation helps with the chakras. And then singing bowls. You can also incorporate singing bowls. I have my singing bowl here. I have my tuning fork. I will show you what that looks like. I not on purpose got the root chakra tuning fork, but there's different tuning forks that can go according to each chakra that you want to work on. I don't suggest you work on all chakras at the same time, because all chakras might not, and so in our body, there's 7 chakras. Right. Then outside of us in the auric field, I will be discussing about auras as well. Right. I have a lot of books not a lot. I have some books to show you that can help you on your way as well. The book that I first started with in all of this, guys. And besides this book, and listening to Joel Benjamin, Spookism, back in the days, back in 2015. So that's when I kind of started the Heru journey. But I've always kind of been in this world because growing up, my mother was into astrology and horoscopes and things of that nature. So I kind of grew up in that way. And so when I found out about decalcifying your pineal gland, which is your third eye, which is a chakra that should be worked on as well, he told me things, and why I went down this road wasn't about, losing weight or gaining weight, or it had nothing to do with diet. It had nothing to do with, watching the food that I ate, because I didn't even know about all that stuff. Like I wasn't into my diet that I am now, which is kind of like vegetarian. I'm not vegan per se. I'm not plant-based. I'm not alkaline, because I know that you also have to go according to your body, what your body wants. And I know that the things that we have now are not the greatest, but taking a little bit from everybody. So salute to Dr. Sebi, because Dr. Sebi also opened my mind in regards to getting sea moss and helping with that and incorporating that, and that kind of, but it decalcifies your pineal gland, your third eye, so that when you're going in the spirit. So what I was doing was going more on a spiritual journey, and I wanted to decalcify my pineal gland to go into more, within and Zen. And that helped tap me into the spiritual world. And it then reunited me with my spirit guides and my ancestors to say, okay, remember who you are. And this is why I do the tarots. My great grandmother on my mother's side, one of my great grandmothers, was a tea leaf reader. She was a healer from Grenada. So it's been incorporated in me. It's my DNA. It's my spiritual DNA. It's just the reawakening of self. And if you want to do that, then you start very slow. And depending on how aggressive you want to get, you can move up in the ladder. Like I said, I started with this book, The Wheels of Light. And in this book is phenomenal because it shows you if you want to become a healer and help other people with their chakras. Also, it shows you where the chakras are, what the chakras are, what colors are they. So wearing certain colors, like this orange, would be coordinated with my sacral chakra, which is just above what would be your reproductive organs. So in the pelvis area. And that energy, if you want to harness that and you want to work on that particular energy, that's about creativity. It's about sexual magic, right? If you're into that kind of stuff. I started off with my solar plexus. That's in the stomach area, and I will show you what that looks like. I'm going to show you a whole bunch of different books. So make sure you have your pen and paper ready. I'm not a PowerPoint person, so I don't have a slide to show you. I do it old-fashioned way. I'm old school. So bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. So the flow of the chakras, let's just get that out the way as well. The flow of the chakras can go, if they're working in alignment, it's counterclockwise, right? So it's this. And I'm reverse, you guys. So you do it in counterclockwise. How do you know your chakra's out of balance? Well, you could get a pendulum. You could get a pendulum. This is like Amazon or something like that for like $7 or something. Or just not even, you could feel it. You can tell when you're out of alignment, right? Say for instance, your spidey senses are not tingling. Like, you know that you shouldn't be going down this avenue, but for some reason you just go and do it. Well, that means you're not really in sync with your intuition, right? We fight our intuition. That has to do with the solar plexus and the pineal gland. They both work. Your gut and your head and your heart are all three. They're all connected. Those give you those spidey senses. So your stomach talks to your brain. It sends those neurons out, right? Disclaimer, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a biologist, but I read these things so I understand. And when I'm talking to you guys, I have a little sense of what I'm talking about. So please don't hold me to my word for everything. Just, research. That's why I'm showing you these books. You guys can go ahead and get them yourselves. I'm not going to talk about go Google. No, get a book. Read. Google is very easy. That's the problem. We always say, go Google something. Go Google something. Y'all want to go online real quick. And that information is not always correct. Cross-reference. If you are going to Google, make sure you get the books and cross-reference, right? So the chakras that are not working will be counterclockwise. So it'll go like this. All right. And to have a pendulum will only just help which way it's going. So it'll circle around and tell you counterclockwise. It'll circle the opposite way, clockwise, right, etc. And then you can go ahead and start working on that particular chakra. So like I said, I started off with the solar plexus. And here, let's get a picture, because I know we like pictures. I'm a picture person. Yeah, I like to read and stuff like that, but I also like to see pictures, like make it make sense for me, right? Sometimes we just need it plain and simple. Hold on. Also know that there's chakras in our hands as well. Okay, there's chakras in the palms. So we have this auric field. I'm going to talk about the auric field again. Like I just said, what is the aura? You want to make sure to keep that cleansed, because these things, and it's a constant daily cleansing. It's not something that, okay, I did, I cleaned out my pineal gland today, and you're just like going about your business, and then a month later you're just like feeling kind of like stumped. Well, you got to keep this going. It's a daily, like taking a shower. Think of it that way. Making sure to clean your auric field, making sure that your chakras are in line. You have your crown chakra here that you should have that protected, because there's psychic attacks, there's energy vampires, all that good stuff. Those things are real if you're into that. So let's go ahead and talk about and look at. So we're looking at a woman, but we also have male here, and let's remember that we harness both male and female energy in us. That doesn't make us, more masculine, me being more masculine, although I have more masculine energy in me. Or if it's a male that has feminine energy in him, that doesn't make him a punk, it doesn't make him a sissy. It could be some of the foods that we're eating that could cause this hyper, masculism or hyperfeminism, right? We'll talk about that as well. I won't dive too much into that because that's just preference, but let's get to the nitty gritty. All right. So you see where there's circles here going around in the male. Maybe I shouldn't show the man because his thing is showing. So your first chakra is your root chakra right here. Oops. Where am I? Hold on. So right here, that's your first chakra, your root chakra. That's red. The sacral chakra is just right above that. Okay, that's her sexual organs and things of that nature. Your solar plexus is what I was talking about, how I started. That's in your stomach area. Then you have your heart chakra just right above that. They're all color coordinated and number coordinated. So then you have your heart chakra. That's green. That has to do with love for self, love for others. If it's blocked, that means that you're angry all the time. There's no love for others. There's this hate, there's this disdain, etc. Then you have your throat chakra here, right in the neck area. That has to do with how you speak, how you communicate. Are you getting tongue-tied? Or you speak too much? There's got to be this balance, right? And there's crystals that go along with that, and I will show you, because the crystals also work with these chakras. They can help them get aligned again. Then you have your pineal gland just right above, like I said, right here. Okay. And that is like a purplish kind of indigo color. And then you have the crown chakra, which is just right above her head. That's the seventh chakra. Okay. And that is like a like whitish kind of color. Okay. And it is white, correct. So we have the colors, right? Now we'll see what the body properties are, and also the glands, because you could have some thyroid issues going on here. That could be a reason why the throat chakra is not in alignment. So there could be some thyroid issues going on here. The heart chakra, there could be some heart issues going on here. That's letting us know that our heart is not in alignment. The chakra is not in alignment. All right. So the pituitary gland has to do with the crown chakra. And that also has to do with making sure what we eat, how we make sure we have brain food that can help us clear out our brain, and we're not having brain fog, and Alzheimer's can kick in with that, and all kinds of mental issues, right? Think of it that way. The pineal gland right here is the celestial that connects you with the spirit world. So when our pineal gland, think about the pharaohs. They always used to have the snake right above on their crown, the snake there. That has to do with, the snake gets a bad rap for being sneaky and being evil and being devious. That's what the powers that shouldn't be want you to think. But in actuality, it's very connected to the spiritual world. It has to do with the kundalini, which we'll talk about in here as well. When you go into your Bible and you hear, the devil was a snake and he coerced Eve into take, that's because it's the boogeyman effect. They want you to believe that, the devil, the so-called devil is a serpent, right? Or is a horned, hooved. No. That's about metaphysically how they speak about it, how they look at it, metaphorically how they look at it. But the serpent is actually a spiritual animal. Okay. And if you look at other ancient indigenous cultures, you'll see that they revere the snake as a deity. So how could it be bad if it's revered in other cultures as, a high power spirit or a deity, right? So celestial, pineal gland, the archetypes of all spirits living and dead. So some of us who have a sixth sense, who our pineal glands are open, you're more susceptible to seeing spirits, if you will, right in front of you, or corner of your eye. You might be the one that has always been seeing spirits around you since you were a child. So your pineal gland is a little more active than others. Your thyroid gland, the neck chakra, the throat chakra, is etheric, and that has to do with the human. So again, communication and talking. Now you through the pineal gland, you could speak spiritually. You could speak psychically to the spirits. But with the throat chakra, obviously you're going to speak to the humans. I mean, you can speak to the spirits in your actual voice, but just know that it's more dealing with the people. All right. Thymus is the astral, which is the heart chakra, green. So again, the heart chakra also connects us to the spiritual world, because like I said, the brain, the heart, and the gut are all connected, and they're all intertwined, not only physical, but in the spiritual world as well. Why do you think when they had embalmed the pharaohs or kings, they would take out their organs and then they would place them and put them separate aside, because they knew that these organs also hold power in them. Okay. I mean, our body is magnificent if we take care of it. I mean, we're electrical beings, and we have all these beautiful things going on inside of us that it's like we take for granted just the smallest thing. We take for granted ourselves. We take for granted our blood. Like we poison ourselves with all this toxic alcohol, drugs, foods that we shouldn't be eating, right? And we forget that we're punishing our bodies when we do that. Okay. The sacral chakra is the mental. So there goes that spidey senses, your stomach chakra. You get this gut. Remember when you hear, man, I got a gut instinct not to go down this block. I got a gut instinct not to talk to this guy. I got a gut instinct not to talk to this girl. I knew I shouldn't have picked up the phone. I knew I should have got, so that's the gut instinct. And that has to do with your solar plexus, or your solar plexus. Now we're moving down into the sacral chakra, which is the second chakra. And that has to do more with the sexual organs, emotions. Okay. So, we may be overstimulated sexually in some ways. That's letting us know that chakra is out of order. You shouldn't be over sexual. That's a problem. Right. But it's also about creativity. Sometimes you may not feel the creative sparks, and some people use sex magic, to help them. Some people get inspired after sex. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. I'll see you in the astral world. And the root chakra is the physical, and it has to do with grounding and being grounded, deals with the gonads, and it's the snake. See? So there's nothing spooky or evil about it. All right. Now with the elements, let's go into the elements really quickly. So your heart chakra has to do with the earth. Again, that's that grounding. It connects you. So why I started, let me stop right there. Why I started with my journey and why I started with the chakras first, which I found very fascinating. I didn't really know too much about yoga and all that other stuff. So I started in with the chakras because I figured, let me work my way in to get my way out, right? So work within and then work my way out. So I started there. T is in the building. Salute. My brother Ulta's in the building. Salute, y'all. Thank you. Goku, that's his name. See, Wally. Thank you. It just came to me. Goku. You know when he powers up? What does that power? Goku. Thank you, T. Man, I'm off my A game with the anime. So the solar plexus is the midway of all of the chakras. So I figured, let me go into the gusto. Let me start off in my sacral, in my solar plexus, which is in my stomach, because that's the gut. And let me work that out, because then I'll be balanced. And then I could go work on the root chakra and work my way up. My throat chakra and my pineal gland was always on point. I wouldn't say always, but it was mostly on point, that I didn't feel I needed to work on that just yet. So I went in and started working with the solar plexus. And with that, I started looking in this book, getting the properties, understanding it. And then I started working with crystals. And where's my chakra book? Chakra meditation book. Here's another book, y'all. Okay, and this person is, I will put the name up here, Swami Sardina. Chakras also comes from like the ancient Hindu, even ancient Kemet and things like that. The ancient Egyptians, it's all kind of entwined. The Greeks, they all appropriated and incorporated these things. So again, chakra meditation, I'll show you what's in here too. There's crystals that go along with it. It's so much, guys. We'll probably be here for like 3 hours, because this is more of an intense kind of conversation, because there's so much. There's different avenues to go down. The Book of Chakra Healing, okay, by Liz Simpson. So yeah, so the solar plexus, I would say, if you're interested in working on your Aura's got some great questions. Aura says, have you unlocked sensory perceptions or senses after Kundalini? Talk about your experience. Honestly, I don't know if I really had a true Kundalini experience. And for those that don't know what Kundalini is, it's pretty much you get this awakening through those chakras that I say, that I was just talking about. And I kind of had those things prior to a Kundalini experience. And like I said, I don't think I had a true Kundalini experience. And I'm going to find that right there. So yeah, so with the crown chakra, the people who are associated with that are prophets, gurus, and saints. The pineal gland, purple is the color again, it has to do with spiritual teachers, spiritual friends. The thyroid, or excuse me, the throat chakra, number 5, the 5th chakra, has to do with religious leaders, divine rulers, Pope, Dalai Lama. Your heart chakra has to do with heart chakra teachers, Jesus. They put Mother Teresa. Just giving you an example of how someone loves unconditionally, right? Yeshua. Number 3 is the solar plexus. That has to do with friends. They say intellectuals, politicians. I don't know how politicians have been that. And then you move down to the sacral chakra, or the 2nd chakra, and that has to do with feelings. Those who teach us feelings, give us feelings, children, spouse, right? That everyday love that you get. The feel good, the instant feel good. Not so much with the heart chakra, but it's kind of intertwined. The sacral chakra is more like instinct. How do I say this? Immediate gratification. Okay. And then the root chakra has to do with relationships, your parents, your grandparents, because that's about ancestry as well. That's about grounding. Now, let me look at Kundalini really quickly so we can explain. Okay. Also, I wanted to show you the root chakra, not the root chakras, but the chakras in your hands. Okay. So there's colors there too. Red, green, they're all associated. And when you work on these hand chakras, I'll show you, there's mudras, right? So there's these hand symbols. They may look like gangs. When I started really getting into the mudras, my daughter was like, Mom, what are you throwing up gang signs for? And I'm like, no, I'm not. And I didn't realize that that's what they are. They're gang signs, but they're not gang signs. And if the gang members knew what they were doing. I mean, it's the way that they communicate. That's another form of communication, but it's also with meditating, and each different mudra has to, each finger has a property that correlates with the different organs in your body, all the way up to the mental. So it's really deep. It's really deep. And I don't know if I can get, honestly, this is like this is a 3-hour class. It's a 3-hour lecture kind of thing. But, I don't really want to stay here that long. I just wanted us to get the basics, because I talk about these things when I'm doing readings, and I wanted us to be familiar of, what crystals to use, what yoga positions, right? Yoga positions. Here's another book, Yoga, 7 minutes, 7 days. We don't have to spend hours and hours sitting in meditation and doing these yoga poses forever. You just take a few minutes out of your time and then you work on it. I'm going to show you this great book. This book is, awesome, phenomenal. So after I started working on my chakras, I started with yoga, because the yoga helps with those chakras. Excuse me. This is the person right here, Ann Swanson. Again, the science of yoga. This breaks down from the neural pathways, the cerebral cortex, the cells to systems, the spine. It shows you everything of what, when you're doing these yoga poses, what does that look like on the inside? How does this affect us? Muscle structure. Yes, for the guys that like to do their bodybuilding and body mass and stuff like that, you too can do yoga. It's not for just, being a foo-foo or women. It's for everybody. And those who may have may have had some type of surgery or heart condition or some type of arthritis. It's easier. It's low impact doing that than actually doing hardcore exercising and where you're exerting too much. You may not be able to. So this is a great way. And so that's what I did. I segued in from the chakras into doing yoga. But Kundalini, because let's go into that. Meditation and chakras, you should be doing that. You should be incorporating meditation. How does that work? Oh my God, I'm all over the place, guys. It's because it's just so much. And I knew it was going to be, I didn't think it was going to be this. It's wild. Okay, so Kundalini. All right, so for aura, Kundalini. Kundalini also is associated with the root chakra and the sign Scorpio. So, Brother Ultra, that's something I didn't know, and that is interesting. The first chakra, like all chakras, has its own viewpoint and its own personality. Okay, that's not what it is. That's not what I want to see. Okay, so in regards to where the Kundalini is in the first chakra, or the root chakra. It is the life force. So yes, when you're talking about having a Kundalini awakening, it's something through that. It could be through the auric fields. Like some people use, again, some people use sex magic, right? And that's how one of the ways the Kundalini could be tapped in. And another way is just, like I said, having those chakras starting to get in alignment, and being that the Kundalini is the first chakra, from my solar plexus, I then went down to my root chakra and started working on that, because I wasn't being grounded enough. I wasn't, let's see, more so grounding is what I needed to work on. And I'll show you I have a tuning fork specifically for the root chakra. So not only is the Kundalini located in the first chakra, but it's the first chakra itself, very often called the Kundalini, which is a Sanskrit, means the serpent or sleeping snake. The energies of this first center, our power, our sexuality, our fire, are thus all connected to the serpentine image of its association. The energy of the first chakra is concentrated between the base of the spine and the pelvic bone. So this is why I say, when you are doing, if you're, I honestly, y'all, I'm not into that whole sex magic thing. because I learned that type of sex magic thing, not to say that it's wrong, but a lot of people use it for deviant experiences. Okay. And when I'm making love, I ain't thinking about how I can magically do stuff. I'm just into my man. You know what I mean? Like, it's just us. Like, I'm not thinking about creativity. Now, for some people, they get creative. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's where the sacral chakra kicks in. You can be inspired if you and your partner are really, y'all both are into this type of metaphysics, and you guys are both, doing things together, then yeah, I can see, maybe the kundalini is being opened that way because you and your partner. But like, I'm the only one that's doing this, and my husband, he's just like, okay, whatever, do you, he's not, and nor do I imply it to him, nor do I, push it on him that, let's do this, let's try this. Like, I'm all for exploration, but to me, I'm old school, so it's like, yeah, there's certain limits and things that I will do. But a lot of the if you read, oh my goodness, and I have the book too, the sexual healing book. I forgot the name of it. The Tantra. It's not just like deviant stuff. There's different ways to open you guys up and explore, the spiritual aspect of you all and stuff like that. I'm just like, when I was reading it, I was just like, this is just too much. Like, it's just too much work. Like, sometimes we don't have time for all that. Sometimes we just have time for a quickie and get it moving. Okay. Like, I'm gonna keep it for real. So, if you got time to be doing all this type of thing, then go for it. Hurricane's in the building. Salute, hurricane. Salute. You can, T. You can. Yes. And the woman, the woman's portal is powerful. So you be careful, because those are things. Now I'm talking to what Aura was talking about as far as the dark side, and we might shift. I'm gonna keep going back and forth. Y'all remind me, because I go off. Here's the root chakra. So you could tap it on something, and it vibrates, and you can have it go around you, right? It's a tuning fork. But I use this down in the root chakra area, so my lower regions, to get it aligned, or I go down to my feet because I want to be grounded. Because I'm like, being in the spiritual aspect, I'm always up here, and sometimes I got to be more grounded to see things level-headed, because I'll see things intuitively. I'll see things sight beyond sight. Some things might not have happened yet, and I'll see that. And so I have to also be in the present. So to be in the present, you need to be grounded in the root chakra. All right. So when we're doing that type of these sexual acts, supposed to be used to people to love each other, bring the wonderful light. Right, hurricane. And then so the woman is the portal. And when the man has planted his seed, there procreates life. That's the life force. But she holds the life force. The woman holds that life force. So she is sacred. She is sacred. No matter how much you can't stand the baby mamas and all that stuff, and y'all have these issues, just remember that she is a vessel. She transported and brought into this world another life, right? So when we're getting into that kind of sexual things, this is why one night stands can be a little dangerous, literally, physically, and metaphorically speaking, because not only could there be a physical sexually transmitted disease, but there can also be a spiritual sexually transmitted disease as well. I.e., you can get the incubuses and succubuses attached to you. You don't understand this. This is why I don't deal with, again, I don't deal with sex magic. I don't do sex spells. I don't do love spells. I don't do any spells, period. Point blank, period. I do pray up, and I do things for immediately in my family, like for my children. But I don't, if anybody's looking for me to do that kind of stuff, that's past my pay grade. There are other people that can do that. I only feel because when you put in that type of work, it's energy, right? So for me, I would feel you would always have to be guarded up or protected up because you've done some type of sex work for somebody, not sex work, sex magic work, money spells. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to cast stones on people that do that because that's been since the dawn of time. There's been, our ancestors that have done these kind of rituals to, make sure that their land is fertile and things of that nature. So for that, I see, but when we started talking about we're going to do rituals and magic to keep somebody with us and have them love us and they'll never leave us, that's a dangerous thing. That's a very dangerous thing because our love is free. We were given that free will to move as freely. Our spirit is freely. We shouldn't be bound to anybody unless we choose to be bound with that person. But to be a non-participant and you get caught up in that, that's dangerous. So that can also then bring dark sides to that nature. You may not understand why are you having, why are you have all these anger issues all of a sudden? Why are you having all these deep, dark thoughts that you didn't have before, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be sexual because you could be, chilling with, people, family, friends. And then if you're an empath, you can collect that type of energy. But when we're talking about sexual energy, you don't know what this person has been through. You don't know what they soul ties, exactly. You don't know what soul ties the other person may have that you're with. So just as you're screening them on the physical level where you're like, oh, so, what do you do for a living? And, what are you inspired to be when you grow up? Shit like that. When you're doing your little interview on seeing if this person's right for you or whatnot, or you can click with this person, you need to be asking them too, like, what sexually transmitted diseases did you have? I told y'all on my live last time. Listen, this guy, back in the days, we were teenagers, and he walked around. He said he was walking around with his medical records, his lab results to show that he didn't have nothing. And I was like, he meant business. I was like, okay, all right. Not to say that we should be doing that, but I think he was. I don't know if he was like. I don't know if he was not homeless, but he was like he was like a nomad, and he was just telling me that, and I was like, okay. Still not gonna change my mind, but okay, right? So it's asking somebody how many bodies they have, right? And some people don't want to profess to that. Is it irrelevant? Kind of, sort of, but then it's not, because again, the soul ties kick in. You don't know what diseases they may be carrying. You don't know what spiritual diseases they may carry. Somebody could have done something to them and they think that they've gotten rid of it and they don't know that they still are carrying it. I'm talking about in the spiritual world. Could be in the physical world. Somebody walking around with hepatitis or herpes and they don't know that they got it because those are certain diseases that lay dormant. And here you go running off what you think the love of your life, and then boom, a spiritual attack, herpes attack, right? Shit is spooky, it's scary, it's wild. But if we know certain things and we move, accordingly, we can get out of these situations. We can become unscathed. Supernatural. What are you talking about, supernatural? It should have ended with season 5. What was season 5? I know they shouldn't have ended it the way they did with they shouldn't have ended. I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen the ending of Supernatural season. But that is, I learned a lot from them too. a lot. Saw and all that good stuff. Like, that show is on point. It's on point. Anyway, so Aura says how to actually. No, I'm not going to spoil it. I won't spoil it. See, that's why I caught myself. I was like, how to actually think without using muscle memory. I don't think you need to really think, and anybody can answer, in the questions in the chat to Aura, because I think that muscle already has a memory. It's almost because there's like nerves within that, or not nerves within the muscles, but it's connective tissue. And therefore, I would think, again, I'm not a medical, professional or anything like that. So I may not be answering your question appropriately or to the best of my knowledge, because I'm not 100% sure, but I would think that the muscle memory would be obtained automatically because it's there. Think when somebody's like in a coma, and there's this involuntary movement in them, although I think they're really moving, or there's rapid eye movement, because it happened. I mean, my father went to go see his father on his deathbed, and all the children were there but my father. My father was the only one that had issues with his father. And when my father came in the room and he was like, "It's me," his father's eyes started to go back and forth. And then minutes, like a minute or two later, he passed. He really expired, even though he was like on a respirator and stuff like that. He expired. So I think that people can hear you. I think that there is a spiritual connection, So I don't want to only just talk it up to science, and that, the nerves and the connective tissues and and they're all connected, and that's why the person's moving involuntarily. It's like, no, there's something else to it, But science, they gotta show you the science way. So, but I would think so. I think memory. Listen, catch Supernatural on Netflix, because by December, Netflix is doing us dirty. They're taking Supernatural off. I'm so mad. I only have up to season 9 on DVD. So now we got to go and scramble and get to Amazon and buy the rest of the seasons. So Hurricane says, I think memory got something to do with the brain as well as the hand-eye coordination. Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel that it's already there. So what else? Fight the fairies, Dean. When he locks her in the I love you, Hurricane. Anybody that's down with Supernatural, we're like this now. We're BFFs. Because you get us. Like me and my daughter, my kids, all of us, we reference, because we started watching Supernatural when it first came on in 2005. So yeah, man. Be in the moment, right? Okay, so I hope I answered with the dark side of things, like just being careful when how to walk around. See, it's no joke. That was the first time and the last time I've ever seen somebody do that, and I have to say that was honorable of him. Like, he's really like, listen, I got my papers. What's up? Like, okay. Didn't change my mind any which way, but I was like, nah. It scared me a little bit, because I was just like, that's a little intense. You're a little aggressive. I don't know what intentions you got going on, but okay. So yeah, we need to be mindful about when we're doing. I'm just reading y'all comments. Y'all so silly. Oh, Ultra, you are a Supernatural too? Uh-oh. That's why you're my brother. That's why you're my brother. the producers, they really, I think they used some source, but they had to have they did extensive work, research to know about lores and certain things. Like it, listen, that show is phenomenal. Like it still is top notch. I don't care what they talk about sinners and all that stuff. Like that's another thing. I haven't gotten into it. I haven't seen it. I went to go to the movies to go see Revenge of the Sith for my father's anniversary, his death anniversary. I was like, I ain't going to no. I'll wait for it to come on. I hear it's a big thing, but I'm like, okay. Listen, kudos, because he's a black man, and he's the game is being stepped up. That they're showing these things and stuff. And I see because I didn't realize he was the same guy that was behind the Black Panther, and in Black Panther he showed a lot of metaphysical and ancestrals and stuff like that, and that's great. That's awesome that we can get into that now and it not be taboo, right? Because certain people, oh, that's evil. Meanwhile, you're using our way of life to do your little rituals, right? Anyway, I would like to see more. I think they said there's rumor of him, Ryan, what is this, Coogler or something like that, is going to be working on Mansa Musa. So that's great. I like to hear more about those things. I don't want to hear any more about the slave trade and antebellum slave, that whole Jim Crow. I don't want to hear that no more, honestly. I mean, we've been inundated for decades with that type of stuff. Like, I want to know, let's do a movie on Washington Carver. Like, let's do a movie on all these other ancestors, J.A. Rogers. Like, let's do this. Like, there's so many people out here that need to be spoken of, not just Frederick Douglass and them. Like, they give us the same people over and over again, like people that y'all don't even hear about. That's who we need to know. We need to know more about that. And it's a shame, because it's like when you deal with Hollyweird, they're going to want you to do the narrative of the slaves and Jim Crow, and oh, sure, we'll throw in some spiritual stuff in here and stuff. And I'm just like, give us things that will inspire us, the next generation, that they don't even know who these people are that did a lot of stuff. I mean, the woman who made, I don't know how many patents it was, but it was a black woman. And we're using black and white today, flag on the play, because, we know that black is not a thing. We know white is not a thing, right? They're just constructs that the powers that shouldn't be uses. And I know I'm diverting, because this is what I do, guys. You know this. I go all left just to come back to center, right? I do a 360. So, but it's all, it's all in corporate. But yeah, give us things that can inspire the future, that they'll learn, like, oh wow, our ancestors did that. And then it may not be my ancestor per se, but it's the ancestors that they paved the way. So this woman, I forgot where she was from. I don't know if she was from the South or up north, but she had created a patent for women to like use the sanitary napkins, like when women have menstruations. And she created the belt that would hold up the like cloths to keep the woman from messing herself when she had her menses. And that's not talked about. I found out about her years ago, and I was like, and it's just so much. There's so many. Or the guy who the Jim Beam, right, who created the was it bourbon or whiskey, and how the white man took it over and made it like it was his. Like, nobody really knows that story. There are so many stories out there that can be told, that can be inspiring to others, that would make them want to go into that field or whatever, or find a creative spark. And you keep giving us the same old, listen, I saw, what was it? What was that movie that just came? It was a show. And they took it off. So something to do with like, not vampires, but it was the guy who got in trouble and with the fight with the white girl. Y'all know, I can't remember his name. But it wasn't Gods in America or American Gods. It wasn't that one. It was the other one that came after that. And they like stopped it after like season 2 or something like that. And so those are cool. Like I said, sinners, but I'm a supernatural girl. So we had all that predating what's going on now. So we've seen it all. We've seen God, we've seen Lucifer, we've seen angels, we've seen demons, we've seen, the deity gods, you know what I mean? Like the supernatural just spoiled me. So I'm like, and what, because it's blackface, it's kind of like, oh, I don't go into those politics. I'm just saying it's good. It's good to know. It's, I guess, because we're incorporating it because it's ours. Fine. But we need more teaching movies, more inspiring movies, not just the heroes that wear capes, but the heroes that are everyday people. I mean, with that, I digress. Okay. Yeah, check out on Amazon P. Moses, because that's where they're doing it. I mean, that's where they have Netflix. It's Supernatural, my bad. Okay. So anyway, let's oh yeah, Seer Ducateers, you know it. Listen. I support a Seer. Sinful Saga and Salisbury Steak. It'll blow your mind. Is this a new one, Ultra, that he did? Because I have a few. Is this recently? Because I have a few that I have saved. So as soon as Brother Asir puts out a lecture, I am in there like swimwear, because him and Asir, Brother Sabir Bey, are the only ones that don't really talk like how Blue and Red and all of them, like they don't really go down the metaphysic avenue. They are more talking about concrete stuff, things that'll make you think, and then do research and then imply it however you can into your everyday. And they're both Moors. And I don't, I hear with an open mind. And I, to sit here and say, oh, I'm a Moor, or I'm this, or I'm that. I'm like, just like Sabir said, we were all of that. We are all of that. Some people are like, no, we, here in America, we're Aboriginals, we're, natives and things of that nature. And I'm like, true, but why couldn't two things be right at the same time? And it's almost like there's that division again of, well, we know, sure, you now, as far as like with Africans, like saying, you're not, a Ghanaian, or you're not from Benin, or you're not from Togo and things of that nature. And it's like, okay, you may not be, but the way this corporation is set up was, and if you do the homework, is really like how the Moors were running things back in the days. I mean, the corporation is set up with treaties and things of that nature. And what brothers Asir Ducateers are saying is that it was always in America first. The Moors were here first. The society was here first. The theory of the outer Africa has been kind of debunked, disproven, but you still have people still saying, Africa is the motherland. And like, honestly, I'm kind of like in a middle ground with it now. Like at first I was always like Africa, and then these two brothers sat me out of nowhere, sat me down, but I was standing up and they were sitting down, and I was coming out of the grocery store, and we had this conversation, and they were like, sister, if you want to believe you came from Africa, you go right ahead. But we were here. And I was like, I didn't know them from a hole in the wall. Okay. And they're talking, and the more they were talking, I went home. I didn't fight them on it. I'm not that type of person. I don't debate. I let them speak, and they gave me food for thought. And I went home. Not only did I have food to eat, but I had food for thought to go home with. And I was like, Then I bumped into a Seer Ducateers. And then I got into Brother Sabir Bey. I was like, damn. So why couldn't it be we were all over? We all did, you know what I mean? Like two things could be true at the same time. There's this diversion within us. And sure, yes, there are tribes, there are subgroups within us. Absolutely. But I'm gonna incorporate all of that. And then guess what? As I was just saying, we're light beings as well. So we have this aka so-called magic in us. We have all that. Certain other groups of people, if you look at it on whether it's bloodline, DNA, the physicality of them, they don't have the things that we have. They can't do the things that we do. Some of them can. There was a question somebody asked, so you're saying that a white person doesn't have a spirit or a soul and can't? And I'm like, I didn't answer it. It was for somebody on the panel. And who am I to say no? I just know that in history, they co-opted a lot of stuff that the melanated being had done so that they can use it for their advantage. Do they have, are they automatically? I would say, yeah, but they may need a little more work than somebody that's not of them, not of their ilk. So what else do we have here? So the chakras. Let's go into, which book is it that has the Reiki and healing and things of that nature, aromatherapy. So if you, I tried this once upon a time. I can't get into that no more. But this is if you want to work on your crown chakra. All right, you want to get to that level. If you're that savvy, knock yourself out. But there's different yoga poses, as I said, that will help you gain the what you need to help with your freeing up the clogged chakra, if you will. There's meditation here for the third eye or your pineal gland. So I'm looking at this book by Lise Simpson. Okay. Phenomenal book because it has everything in here that what you need to work on. Again, yoga poses for your heart chakra. Yoga poses for your heart chakra. Okay. Here's the chakra meditation book that I had showed you earlier. This is Swami. All right. Again, heart chakra. Here's the mudras. Here's the mudras for your air, working with your heart chakra. Okay. Looks like gang signs, but they're not. And let me tell you, once I started learning about these mudras, and I was like really in a crunch time in my life, I would do this every day, sun up to sundown, focusing on using whichever mudra I needed to help really with my mental, and it was affecting my physical. And so that was helping me. And let me tell you something, I was feeling relieved, definitely helped my mental. So, if people are having stressful times in their lives, doing this meditation, doing the chakras, doing the yoga poses, having your crystals. Here's the rose quartz. Rose quartz is good for that heart chakra as well. You want to have that. Incorporated in there. You want to incorporate as much. I have a blue soda light that I wear, and it helps with the throat chakra. So if you need to get something across, so is the selenite. You can wear selenite on you. Keep it in your left side because that's your receiving side. And you hold it. Y'all see me holding this all the time. I have another one. It's more like a wand. I hold it because that helps with the communication. That helps you get your point across it in a way where it's a thought-provoking point. You're not just blabbing off at the mouth. You are really thinking true and through and holding off what you don't need to say. Here's citrine. Citrine is another crystal. This is good for your solar plexus. You could wear this again. You can actually, when you're doing some yoga poses, or if you just want to lay in meditation, you can lay flat on the floor or on a yoga mat, and you can actually put these crystals on you wherever you need them to be. So this one wouldn't necessarily go on your pineal. This would go on your stomach. And this is citrine, and this helps with moving that solar plexus around. The amethyst is the purple crystal, and this is like one of the granddaddies of all crystals. Again, you don't need to buy and go crazy and buying all these crystals and spending hundreds of dollars. Now, if you want to get a big a big amethyst in your house, maybe in your bedroom or in your living room, that's fine. I could see you spending that kind of money. But honestly speaking, guys, I haven't spent money on buying crystals in a while. I keep the same crystals around me. I clean them because you do need to clean them. These things catch energy, and they hold it. So certain crystals can be cleaned different ways. This is also good for emotions. So your heart chakra, and it's also good for your pineal gland because this also brings in the spiritual aspect. Another granddaddy of crystals would be the clear quartz. You really don't need that. Listen, I started off with this one and this one. My oldest bought me this. And from there, I have my little collection. This also could be used for a spiritual conduit. You can also emotions, right? Healing emotions. You can also put this on your heart. You can put this on your head. Now let's get into other crystals or gems that will help keep away certain negative energies. So here we have black obsidian. And black obsidian is a protector from negative energies, evil vampires. They could be evil. What you call the vampires that energy vampires. And then we have here tourmaline, black tourmaline. And tourmaline is great for if you have your phone around you, if you have a tablet, if you have any kind of electronic near you, you can keep this by it. And this helps with the EMF rays or radiation. So this is a great crystal to have, especially with keeping it around devices. Also does the same thing like a black obsidian. It keeps away negative energies. And then you have black selenite, which also does the same thing. And it is this has the Merkaba cube or Metatron's cube on it. I am one of Metatron's peoples. And again, another property to keep these negative energies away, energy vampires, and as well as doing the EMF rays to keep away from you. Now, I bought my son one of these selenite necklaces, and he wears it all the time. You don't wear your crystals. I have my crystals here. I wear my crystals. I have citrine and amethyst, again, working with my heart chakra and my spiritual. And then I have smoky quartz here, which is the spiritual and keeping away negative energies. And I'm wearing copper. These are copper rings. So copper is a conduit. Copper is, it moves energy back and forth. It's a protecting element as well. So each finger has its own property. It's related to certain things in your body. So when you're wearing a certain ring on different fingers, that it's coordinated with the planets as well. Mercury, Saturn, Mars, what's the other one? And Pluto. It's deep. It's so much stuff. So you don't want to wear these going into the water, taking a shower, taking a bath, going swimming. If you do go into the beach and you're in that salt water, yeah, because salt water does help clear and purify the rings, purifies the crystals, but don't keep them in submerged for a long time because it can ruin the crystals. Another way of cleaning your crystals is having a selenite wand, a stick, where you can place your crystals on top of it. This selenite recharges your crystals. But then you need to recharge your selenite. So you can put this up in sunlight for about 20 minutes, direct sunlight, let it charge up, or you can put it in moonlight. Either way, this can go with moonlight or sun. The obsidian and the tourmaline can go into sunlight as well. Again, you can't keep them in that long. Your Clear quartz can go into sun and moon as well. It's better in the moonlight. And what's better in the moonlight also is your amethyst. Amethyst is better to be in the moonlight because it can't have that direct type of sun. Again, certain crystals you can't have here. I have a little plate of crystals. Let me just move that out the way. Hold on a second. Let's see. That, you know, they're all different and I use for different things here. I also have a moon crystal. So this is the moonstone crystal. This is associated with Cancer, the sign Cancer. But this is also good for intuition if you want to work on your pineal gland, or you want to tap in with like your spirit guides, ancestors, things of that nature. This is one to use. So yeah, I have a little plate here of just all different types of crystals. I can't remember all of the different ones. This one here, I can't remember this one. This is one of my first ones as well. This is a red jasper. And this has to do with grounding yourself. So working with your root chakra. So yeah, what I would do is put it right like where my bum is. And when I'm doing my meditation or my yoga poses or what have you, I would put that there next to me. I forgot. This is a carnelian. I can't remember how to say it correctly, but the carnelian is associated with the solar plexus. So it's kind of like an orangey hue. And that would be good for putting that, you know, on top of your, on top of your organs. Okay. So yeah, I think, you know, let's talk about auras really quickly. And I think that we're pretty much done. Again, like I said, I didn't want to spend too much time on it, but here's a book about auras. And this is the person, Mystic Michaelia. Okay. So there's different auras. How you can find your aura? Well, you can go to your, either in your bedroom, if you have a mirror in there, or in your bathroom, and you want to just kind of like not be rushing. You want to have like a cool, you know, calm breath. You're relaxed, and look into the mirror, but look right into your, just above, right into the pineal section, just right above your eyes, right? And stare at that. Slowly look to either your right or your left, but up above. And you will see a color that'll be just right above the head, just right above. Whatever that color is, that's your auric field. And there's different colors meaning certain things, right? Usually when I see my auric field, it is whitish to like a very light, faint blue. And that is kind of like somebody who's like a high spiritual being. But again, that's because I do so much. So like I said, when you start opening up your vessel and fixing and working on these chakras, working on your body, like I said, inside out, your body starts to become like Goku. It starts to get lightened up. So that is what you would see around this person, is the auric field. See, and when I say right above here in the white, that's what I see when I look to find my aura. That's the color that I see. So yeah, I'm on that. So different colors, how you look for it is, like I just said, you look into the mirror there, and you want to gaze just for about a minute or so, you know, and slowly look away. Don't look fast, and because you won't see it. It comes in very subtle. And then it tells you here, auras and creativity fund, what your aura says about you. So there's different, again, like I said, different colors. You got red, you have blue, you have yellow, you have purple, green, indigo, pink, turquoise, orange. And like I said, mine comes out to be there's even a little, I like this book. This is cute. I got it out of Five Below. If you guys know about Five Below, that's kind of like a discount store, but they're around certain places. I don't know how far and wide the chain goes, but in this book they have like a sheet here where you can they ask you the questions, you answer it, and from that it'll let you know what type of aura you may have, and then you can go by that. But like I said, I didn't know about this book. This book is what taught me about the aura and how to test to see what my aura is. And so I got this book like maybe a couple of months ago, and like I said, there's things here that is good for you to know, with your aura. It says aura and spiritual and psychic connections. So it's all connected. It's all intertwined. And the book has it. Look, the book has the auras and then the chakras, because it's all aligned together. This one thing is not separate from itself. And when you start working on certain things, like I said, there's so much, right? So take one piece and work on that, and then move your way up. So if you just want to do like meditation, you can do that. And then you say, okay, I want to now check and work on my chakras. Then you can work on it and work that way. And then incorporate all these things, And then that's that. Those girls from TV Charm were hot. So stupid. The old Charm Hurricane, because the new ones, I'm not seeing that. Salisbury Steak is a year old. So just see it immediately. Oh, it's a year old? Okay. I did watch Dr. Keith Pruitt. I like that. That was good. I just saw that. Yup. With Dr. Keith Pruitt. That was a good build. Yes. I'm on it, brother Ultra. We right here. We go into those spaces. We are in those rooms. All right. So I'm going to drop the link if any of you all want to come up here and share any experiences or what knowledge you have if you've been incorporating this. Talk about the Matrix. The Matrix is a very good movie as well. It's really and the author, for those that may not know, is Mama Sophia Stewart, and she was the author of The Matrix and The Terminator. And there's another book that she has out. I forgot the name of it. Where she was getting her inspiration by reading the Bible. She says her background, her lineage is of Cherokee, Indian, and Portuguese. And I think it's her grandmother or great grandmother on that side that was like a medicine woman. So she got her inspiration for writing those books because of the Bible. And when she explained on many platforms about Neo and saying, Neo is the anonym, y'all know what I'm trying to say. It's the opposite of one. She said that, Neo was Jesus. And so then I was saying, well, then if Neo is Jesus, that makes Trinity Mary Magdalene. People don't want to have that conversation. They want to keep saying, oh, she was a whore and she this, that, and the third. I'm like, no, she was one of the 12 disciples. She was Jesus's or Yeshua's right-hand man, right-hand woman. I read the book Dan Brown years ago, Angels and Demons, and then he had another one called The Da Vinci Code. And yeah, there's fictional stuff in the book, but he made me think. There's another book that I had got. There's like 2 or 3 books, and I gave it to my father, and I don't know what he did with it. And now I can't. He doesn't even know, and now he's no longer here. But I read this book called The Bible Codes, and how different names were encoded in the Bible. It's deep. I'm telling you, I've been on this stuff for years. I'm not Johnny come lately. I am with certain things as far as like the chakras and stuff like that. But like metaphysical things and learning stuff, like my first experience was when I was 5 years old. So, I see dead people, so It's always been there. There's just certain things that happen in your life that either you put it to be dormant, and something, fantastical happens in your life where it's just like, oh, you get right back into, nope, you got to know that you are the one, Neo. Right. So that was a great movie because there was a lot of gems in there that, if you're talking about the movie, I don't know if you're talking about the movie or you're talking about the Matrix itself. Like, are we in a Matrix? Because yeah, we're in a prism and different paradigms, different dimensions. We're in all of that stuff. But that's the physical, right? When you're talking about your spirit, your soul, then it can move through certain things in different dimensions than the physical can. So that's why I'm saying we're on different dimensions, we're on different timelines, we're on different everything. But if you're talking about the movie, yeah, Neo, that her inspiration was the Bible for reading that, for doing that book. So Vampire Slayer Puffy was Buffy, not Puffy. Jesus. Trust me, Foxy, I'm working on a couple. Okay, I like that. See, that's what I'm talking about. Hurricane is working on a couple of comic books and books. Already got the road. Very nice. I like it. There's a brother here. He usually comes on. I don't know. Red Illusion, sending out the bat signal. Red. He has phenomenal artwork. Like, and he sketches. I don't know if he uses a pencil or some type of a pen that is like, it looks like a pencil, but I posted it up on my community section. You guys could check it out on the post. They changed it from community to post section now. But anyway, check his artwork out. He proved all the historical figures we believe in came from Don Play. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Hurricane, again, bringing out some great points. It is up to us to make our own movies, TV shows, best-selling novels, video games, new revolutionary Black Wall Street. Exactly. These are the things that we need to have in place. And yeah, it's great to, dive into fantasy worlds and, explore that as well. Like, we definitely need a genre of different things, no doubt. But when it's the only show in town, I don't really want to subscribe to that. I want to know more. I want to see more. I want different perspectives on things. And they don't really give us the Black Wall Street. And Black Wall Street just wasn't there. It was Black Wall Streets. There were a plethora of Black Wall Streets all up and down the East Coast seaboard, all up and down the East Coast, right? Not just North, but they're also in the South, in the Midwest, out in the West. There were different, what they would call Black Wall Streets. And those are not really, they're not really talked about as much. They give you, and I guess, they cherry pick which revolution was the most highlighted. But, they will always give you a Civil War movie, always. They'll always give you a Revolutionary War, always. No matter who spins it, they give you that same thing. But they won't ever give you New York City, Wall Street. They won't even tell you what the real stock exchange was. Nobody will tell us that. But it's up to us. Like Brother Hurricane said, it's up to us to tell those stories, because that's important. When you're doing these stocks and stuff, and even though I talk about stocks, when you hear that, know that the original Wall Street in New York City, down in the finance district, was because it was Black people, Black slaves, that they were bringing in and auctioning down there at the port. And that's why there was a wall and there was a street, just as simple as that. And they'll let the people know, come down to Wall Street to come pick up your property, your chattel slave. And the bond was the Black person. Excuse me, the stock was the Black person. The bond is what they paid, what these slave owners paid to get the stock. Wait till they have that conversation. You know, mainstream won't have you see that because they don't want to tell on themselves, right? Or Seneca Village, where there was a thriving Black community, right? We're using black and white today, flag on the play. Thriving Black community in Central Park. Oh, everybody comes to Central Park and wants to see the beautiful, you know, greenery and da 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 da. Not knowing that there was a thriving Black village there. Thriving. I mean, had homes. It wasn't no shanty town. They had homes. This was near Fifth Avenue. These people were thriving. Got them up out of there. You know who got them up out of there, right? Pushed them all out to the ends of the village where they had no choice but to be in shanty little shacks. But they weren't living like that before. So, like, we're not going to sit here and think everybody was in a shanty shack either. There was thriving people all across the world. I mean, all across the nation. So those are the stories that I want to hear. Like, don't give me another damn Civil War movie. Don't give me another hoodoo, voodoo. It's great. I've seen it. I know it. Give me something that I don't really know. Be having part 2 and part 6 of the Titanic and stuff. How many times you gonna show us the Titanic? They won't show us what was, you know what I mean? Or down in Ocola Village, down in Atlanta, or in Georgia rather, where that Lake Lanier, right? I just found out about that a couple of years ago. Didn't know what that was. It was the same thing that they did here in New York City. But slowly and surely, people are starting to talk online, and they're bringing this information to light. But now it needs to be like out and like in a screen. Like I would love, even if y'all bring it to Tubi, I'll watch it because it's educational, it's informative, and we need to know this stuff as well. Not just what they want us to see, but show us all. If you're going to tell the truth, tell it all. Even if it makes you look bad, tell it. You know? What else? So, yeah, I'll drop the link. Right. We don't have junk DNA. Mm-hmm. Hurricane, don't spoil it for him. We connected right, and the Steelers. That's right, Hurricane. That's right. Those Steelers. I'm a little upset right now. I don't know. I'm just like, I've given up since Ben Roethlisberger, you know, our quarterback, is no longer there. I retired, so I haven't watched the Steelers. I haven't watched any sports really. I just given it all up. Oh, excuse me. So talk about the matrix simulation. Yeah, so that's what I mean. The matrix simulation. You know, is there programmed? Or, you know, honestly, Aura, I don't know if I subscribe to the matrix simulation per se. I think that all came about because of the Matrix movie. Because before then, honestly, I never really heard about anybody talking, or even in movies, like, you know, there's a glitch in the Matrix, or, you know, we're living in a Matrix system. They always kind of talked about movies, you know, like time traveling and things of that nature. But I never really heard about the Matrix until the Matrix movie came out. And so now everybody's like, you know, we're in a Matrix, we're in a simulation. And I'm just like, are we? Like, what is this? Like, I don't know. Are there alien? Are there something out there other than us that has got the strings going and moving us around and things like that? I don't know, honestly. If people want to subscribe to that, you know, who am I to be like, nope, I don't think so, you know? But I can't say per se if this is a simulation, because There's things that we experience on a different, like on a day-to-day basis. If it's a simulation, wouldn't it be something that's always continuum? Like, you know, Super Mario Brothers or something like that. Like, you know, that's a simulation. You know, that's a game that, you know, you got to keep going to, you know what I mean? Like, I think a simulation, I think a simulation in that term, like more of like a game. I grew up again on Tron. That was another first time, but I was a little too young to really understand the movie Tron. And again, I'm a Gen Xer. I'll be 49 in a couple of months, so I'm a little old head. So the movie Tron came out, and that was the first time I saw like simulation. And it was in a game, so I associate simulation with game. And again, I was a little too young to really understand what that movie was about. I just like the colors because it was neon. But that was it. That was like that. And then the Matrix, when the Matrix movie came out, then that's when I heard really, oh, we're living in this alternate universe, or, you know, we are plugged into this. And I'm like, okay, I could see it. I could see that, you know, that's why if you then are feeling you're in the simulation, and how to kind of get out of that then would be to, you know, tap into the chakras and get right within, so that you know how to disconnect yourself and connect yourself when need be. But is there a physical thing that's connecting us and moving us? And besides the creator, then that's it. You know what I mean? I don't think there's any like supernatural beings that are moving us and operating us. And, you know, I hope if that makes sense for you. But that's just my take on it. There are people that really do think and believe that we are, you know, on a simulation and things of that nature. So it's a cool message, 7 out of 10. Yeah, I feel that. Hurricane. That's why I'm like, I'm not beat to go watch it. I'll wait till it comes on like Prime or Netflix or something. Like, I'm not gonna run down and pay damn near $20 for something that, you know, it's kind of like just rebranded, you know what I mean? But now they give it blackface. So it's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, we got to get out of that kind of mentality too. Like, it's great that we can hone in and be like, yeah, we did it. You know what I mean? But it's just like that gets played out too. That hearing the, you know, all the first black, blah, 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 the first black, they've always been doing it. You just found out it was the first black person to do it. But there's always been black people doing this stuff. You know what I mean? And so to the masses, it seems like, oh my God, this is the first black man to go into space. First black woman to get up in space. First black woman to... We've been doing it. You just missed the mark. So I get tired of hearing that too. You know what I mean? It's like, all right. So then it's like you're in competition with them. We always gonna be in competition. And I don't want, like, make your lane, make your own thing. And that's cool that he did that. He gave a spin to it. He's definitely tapping into that, the spiritual aspect, because he did that with Black Panthers. So he's in that. And he cooperated with Black Panthers. He did, you know, the action hero and the, you know, what is it, Marvel, right? You know, superhero. And now this one is like, you know, the villain with vampires, and there's a sub message underneath that, you know. It's cool. Everybody's, you know, almost every person that I subscribe with, or even just even on TikTok, you know, I'm not on TikTok, but, you know, people post up TikTok on Instagram. It's just like, how many times y'all gonna dissect sinners? You know what I mean? It's like, what's so phenomenal about this that y'all haven't seen it before? Because it's packaged differently. You're like, ooh and ah, and it's like, all right, y'all, carry on. Me, myself, I went to go see Revenge of the Sith. That was like, you want to talk about the dark side. Y'all want to talk about the spiritual stuff. That movie, Star Wars, is a spiritual. and George Lucas took a lot of his inspiration from a lot of indigenous practices, a lot of indigenous cultures, the Mexican, a lot of indigenous cultures. That was just one to name. Like with Princess Leia, I just realized that her little her little hair cone, little circly things, that came from some Mexican warrior, female warriors back in the I want to say the Mexican Revolutionary War. And he got his inspiration from that because it was a spiritual thing that they would wrap their hair up to, so that they would, when they were going into fighting. And the Princess Leia, she's spiritual as well as a warrior, because remember, she is of Darth Vader or Anakin's bloodline. And Anakin is the one that has the special psychic powers, because the wife didn't. Padme, she wasn't, but Anakin was. And so the twins, Luke and Leia, had their fathers. That's what I'm saying. That, like, Star Wars ain't just an action movie either. People don't dissect Star Wars like that too much anyway, but some of them do. If you're a real like metaphysics person, people could dissect and see, especially light side comes to the dark side. Luke, I mean, what the hell is that? That right there is letting you know, good and white. You could see it in the movie. Luke wearing the white, and Leia wearing all white, Vader wearing black. That's the yin and yang. That's the negative and positive. That's the good and the bad, right? And know that, Darth Vader was Anakin Skywalker, was, a good person in the beginning, and he used his powers to fight against, the government that was bad and things of that nature, until Lord Sith was like, you are the one, like Neo, you are the one, Anakin. And Anakin got confused and was like, what? But I'm a Skywalker, like I'm a Jedi, right? And he's fighting against the Sith and got succumbed to being in the dark side. So that's all. Star Wars is a very metaphysical, especially those earlier movies, and then like rewatching the Revenge of the Sith Lord, only because, well, it was the 20th anniversary. The first time it came out, we got it on bootleg, so the vision was like not great. And then my dad passed away 2 years ago unexpectedly, and of a heart attack. And what's ironic, because he put me onto Star Wars. My dad put me onto a lot of science fiction, a lot of History Channel, a lot of Natural Geographics, stuff that would be like geeky and boring to others. My dad put me onto it, so my mind goes left sometimes. He wasn't a sports guy, so sports came later on. But my dad was not into sports at all. He'll watch baseball every now and then, but he was very like nerdy, he would have comic books too and read that and just, yeah. And so when he passed away, he was wearing, which just like broke me down. He passed away April 29th was his anniversary. He was wearing a Star Wars shirt, like it was his undershirt, and it was Darth Vader because that's his favorite. And the shirt says, "I am your father." And I didn't look at the shirt right, because when I took his belongings from the hospital, I just put it in my closet. I was like, I was mortified. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to smell it, because I just spoke to him the day before, and I was like, okay, we had plans. I was going to see him, do grocery shopping, things of that nature. And, we're talking, we're kicking it with each other. We're laughing with each other. We're snapping on each other. We're yelling at each other. And then, thank God I was able to say, "I love you," and hear him say it back. And then the next day he's gone. And so it took me a couple of months, and I was looking through something in my closet, and I saw the bag of his clothes in there. And I was like, looking, I was like, oh my God, there's mold. And what happened was he went out on a day that was raining. So all his clothes got wet. So, it gets closed up in the bag, and that, condensation starts to build up mold. And I said, oh my gosh, let me take this out. And I said, let me wash it. And those clothes were the clothes that he had on, but they were all ripped because they were trying to get to him. So they rip your clothes, they cut your clothes up in half so they can get to your, to your body, to your heart and stuff. And so I just saw the t-shirt. I didn't pay attention. I didn't know what it was. And I threw it in the wash, and then I took it out. And when I was folding it, the dry clothes back, I looked and I just bawled, guys. I bawled my eyes out because that was, again, his confirmation. I am your father. And it was Darth Vader. And so I had to put the shirt back together because it was cut up in half. And, so, I'm a big Star Wars, Superman, all those guys. So I went to go see the movie for his anniversary, pay homage to him. And, revenge is when Anakin turns to Darth Vader. So you see the beginnings of how, Anakin is slowly being consumed with the dark force. And very metaphysical, very spiritual. And I went to go see it with my oldest daughter. And, that was, so I was like, sinners, I ain't, what? Like my mind, my priorities was somewhere else. I was like, I checked out. But like I said, I'll wait till it comes out and see what's what. Okay, just read your comments really quickly. What are we at? 140. We are all that and a bag of chips. Absolutely. For real though. They want. Did you remember Delectable Negro? Did y'all forget about that? Did you forget that they was eating up ancestors, cutting them up? Yeah, they want it all. So I'm gonna drop the link if anybody wants to come up. You don't have to cam up, guys. Don't worry about showing your face. It's really not that serious. Lucifer was a good show. I like Lucifer. Supernatural is ranked top 5. That's Lucifer. The Lucifer in the show Supernatural's right. He's top 5. Cool. I liked him. And then I liked that he was like funny and stuff. Yeah, Kia Pruitt not. Okay. Yeah, I'm a super student. Exactly. Once upon a time when I was a little girl, I wanted to become a teacher. And shout out to my brother Maybach. His one of his kids, we were doing a live, and they overheard me talking, and they said, "Is she a teacher?" I was like, "Oh my god!" Like they recognize that I have that ability. Yeah, I wanted to be a teacher. So I do come to show some things and teach some things, but by no means am I a grand teacher, a master teacher. Shout out to my brother. It makes me sad. Brother Rich Mo, but he would be behind the scenes and text me. He's like, Foxy, he was like, you saw what Brother Rich said? And he said, you saw what Professor Griff said? Because we were in those circles too. And he would just text me behind the scenes, and he was like, he's like, you my master teacher. And I'm like, no way. Don't even give me that. He was like, no, you are. And I was like, well, I appreciate that. And I ain't gonna run with it, but thank you that you see that in me. And we're only but maybe we're about 8 years difference. So he would call me his big sister, and he'd be like, he's like, no, you my master teacher. And I was like, nah. But yeah, I'm a student first and foremost, always. I'm ever learning. And if I don't learn, there's a problem. There is a problem. Here's a little thing that I was looking for, just for the root chakra. Yeah, I am a super student. I wouldn't even say I'm a master student, because a student, yeah, you could say master student, because a student, they have to pass certain grades, right, to be a master student. But I'm very careful with using certain words, certain vernaculars, because they hold titles, they hold weight. And I don't want to deem myself that unless I've, taken that. Metatron is yes. It's all over my birthday. Metatron is, listen, I didn't even know who Metatron was, y'all. Not Megatron from Transformers. Metatron. Metatron, it was human once before. I from what I've read, he was the prophet Enoch. And because he did as Yahweh, Lord, God, Source, Most High, Creator, asked of him to do, he became God's archangel, one of God's archangels. And he would be considered like Thoth, where he's the scribe of God. He writes what God has asked or what he sees and things of that nature. But he comes in he's associated with the Merkaba cube or the tree of life, the star. And honestly, I didn't know all that. This is after researching why I was presented to see Metatron. I don't know if I told you all this. That's another experience that I had. This was back in 2021. I know I said it on Brother Schiffer's channel one time, and we were talking about superheroes and Spider-Man and stuff, and I told him that because we were also talking about aliens. And I said, well, I'm going to tell y'all one of my experiences. And one of the guys chuckled, was like, she's a crackpot. And then the other brother was like, wow, that's big that Metatron would show himself to you. I was like, what does that mean? I was like, I'm tripping. What? So I was doing a meditation. Oh, yeah. And there are hurt frequencies that you can listen to on YouTube, which I'm listening to right now. I think it's the 582, 528, which is the heart chakra hertz. And different hertz frequencies are good for whatever chakra you want to work on. And I think I had it on my pineal or crown chakra, doing a meditation or whatever. And it was like maybe about 6-7 o'clock at night. So it wasn't late at night. I wasn't half asleep. I won't on nothing. I won't take nothing. And I got into my little mode. Maybe seconds, I'm into my trance, and not that I was trying to connect with anybody. I was doing my meditation because I like to do it, either in the beginning of the day or at night, right when I'm about to power down for the evening. And I was instantly propelled up to the 7th dimension. Didn't know that's where they reside at. And what I saw was the form was these lights, circles, triangles, all connected together, iridescent rainbow light glowing. And I gazed for like a millisecond, and whoop, came right back down into my body. I didn't finish doing no meditation. I was kind of like, what just happened? I was freaking out. Like, what did I just see? The meditation thing that I was listening to didn't have any signs or symbols on it. So it wasn't like I was, taking that in. I didn't know what the hell that was. Until I started going down the rabbit hole, because I started drawing the circles. I started drawing what I saw. I was like, what is this? Then I found out Metatron. And Metatron is also associated with the sign Taurus. That is my moon sign. And it's connected to the 7 sisters, the 7 star sisters, something like that, and Pleiades. I mean, it was deep. So yeah, so I carry that with me, because that's my peoples. It's like, I don't know why I was shown that. I don't know. Why did you zap me up and bring me back? And I'm like, So you put lapis lupus in water, right? Lapis lupus. So again, certain crystals. I think I have a lapis lupus here. Oh yeah, here we go. Lapis lupus. It's kind of like a blue. It's blue, but it has like white in it. Sometimes you can also just get it like most of the time it doesn't have, or maybe it does, because here's another one. I'm sorry. It does have like a whitish in it, but this is blue. So yeah, be very careful with doing the crystals in certain that you could put it in salt water, you can put it in sunlight, moonlight, but each one is different, holds its own properties, so be careful. um the holographic universe, okay, that's good. I'd like to get that. So Ultra puts out the book, The Holographic Universe by Michael Tolbert. That's very good. Let me, where's my pen and my paper? Because I like to I'll write that here. The holographic. Because I like reading books like that. And I have other books too, like I have books about the angels. I have books about the Orishas, Santeria and things like that. I'm a student, so I like to learn all about everything. Okay. This is a video game. I need cheat codes if this is a video game. Yeah, for real. That's just it. You're not going to get cheat codes. You're going to have to go through those missions a couple of times. Then stop watching slave movies. Yeah, because I mean, how much victim trauma porn are you going to watch? Can't build with the mind ain't right. Right, Wally? Um, just reading your comments. The Bible's full of spells and codes. The Bible is a book of astrology on top of spells, and it's all coded. It's all coded in there, but they give you certain things for you to know so that you don't go and start acting up. They hold that against you. Bobby Hemmett talked about how Terminator Matrix was connected. John Connor's right. Jesus Christ. Exactly. Yeah. And Sophia Stewart then comes on to talk about that too. She said the Wachowski brothers stole the idea. She had to go to court. Some people are like, oh no, she didn't win that. Da, 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 da. I'm like, why y'all be hating? Just let this woman, she came up with the idea. Why is y'all Red Jasper? Red Jasper. Okay. Movies to make people their version. With Darby. Wow, look at that. Audra says his earliest memory in life is sitting in a dark kitchen in Germany with Darth Vader on my third birthday cake. All right. So we're dark side. We are Sith. Well, we're Skywalkers. No, we're not Skywalkers. We're Jedi, and we're the Sith. Because Darth Vader was a Jedi master first. Like he doesn't become dark. Like there's a reason why these villains, and I still like them. I don't care if he's a villain. Wow. Wally says, I'll come back to write what? I'll come back to write all the books. Yeah, Wally, that's it. All right, so let's drop this link down because I said enough. I'm all talked out, talked out with information. Why is this here? All right. So the link is down there, guys, in the chat. If anybody's interested. If you have anything to add to what I was saying, you know, I may not have all the answers or solutions, but you all may have something. Y'all all smart cookies. The sharpest tools in the shed. Where is that part? Again, you don't have to, you know, cam up. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to show your face. But that's what I have for you all. Like I said, because I kept mentioning it in the lives that I wanted to talk about. Ultra's in the building. I wanted to talk about these things, just didn't get a chance to. So today is my Mindful Monday. We got Brother T and Brother Ultra in the building. Hold on now. Hold on. Hold the phone. All right, my good brothers. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. Hey, how we doing, Foxy? Look,
Good. What's up?
let me do this. Sorry, I forgot to mute the other thing.
Gotcha.
I'm Foxy. I'm proud of you. I love it that you're talking about this. You know what I mean? You're letting, you know, everything be known. This is all going to be documented for later on, and even after we gone, which is the most important thing. You feel me? Because, you know, we are going to change this place, you know, and to know all of the stuff you're talking about, because I took some notes down, because I am going to get that amethyst, you know, and black obsidian. That's a must, you know, to have that around. I love the build. Keep doing what you're doing. You feel me? It is. Sometimes even I will get into this little funk where I would think that everything that I'm saying or any video I'm making, it's not helping, but it's really sending that ripple effect in a way. Like, that's the best way I could say it. So love the build. Now I fall back.
Shay, thank you, Brother T.
Can
What's
you
up,
hear me,
Brother
sis?
Ultra?
You hear me?
Salute. Got you. I hear you.
Okay. I just want to tap in with you for a second, let you know that you ain't just talking to a screen. You know, I keep the chat lit.
You know, I appreciate you and I love you. Thank you.
Same to you, sis. I appreciate you.
So
I
from
just
very
find that it's always the smaller channels that's really coming with the real power. I'm kind of falling back on them big dudes. I'm getting weird vibes from a lot of cats. So yeah, that's just me though.
yeah. Some of the stuff that I've noticed, especially like yesterday, and I love these brothers and things of that nature, but sometimes it's just it goes into like a fantasy world, if you get what I mean. Like it gets too it gets too just metaphysics, you know what I mean? It doesn't
Yeah,
the
you got to
tan
have something that's actually touching the ground, something you can feel, or something
right,
that you can at least make it relate to your own life.
right. And I appreciate them because that's who I got turned on with in the very beginning back in 2015.
For
Was
sure.
started with Underground Railroad that went into, you know the ledge, and it was a good brother of mine that we go back way back from 95.
Uh huh.
But you know, I kind of like I've evolved, you know, from that, and I still will, you know, put my toe in and dabble in it a little bit. But
Right. Right.
like, I want to hear, like, I'll be quick to put on Sabir or a Seer Duke of Tears because that is like the grounding. Like we need a balance where, yes, there are the metaphysics, yes, there is the spiritual world, yes, we can tap into all of that. But if you get too involved with that, you go into la la land, and that becomes the fantasy. You lose, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I definitely had to check myself on that because I was feeling spaced out myself. I had my head in the clouds and I was trying to only see everything from a spiritual side, but I was like, wait, I'm here in this physical world too, so I got to bring it back down to earth.
Exactly. And so, yeah,
Balance
like,
is key, as they say.
exactly. You know, and I was listening to them yesterday with some stuff, and they breaking down the talking about the sinners thing, and then it's like,
And
they're
everybody talking about that right now. Like, I don't even want to hear about it. I ain't seen it, so I don't want to hear nothing. I don't.
right.
I don't want to have my opinion influenced. I want to see it for myself first, and then I'll come back and see what other people are saying about it.
Thanks.
Yeah, but brother Wally's up in here too, so salute to brother Wally. Shouted him out.
Going on, broski?
Salute, salute, salute. You know,
So yeah,
I'm
brother.
I'm really into the, to the. I keep my feet on the ground. Don't get me wrong, fellas. Here, I got my boots on the ground, right? But when just on my experiences, the ones that we don't like actually sometimes addressing,
Mm-hmm.
the brain. What did they say? 80-90% of it is subconscious, and then you are experiencing the 10% of it,
Right.
right? So, which means that whatever you are lucid dreaming, this is the absolute truth here that you're experiencing. Now, when I was doing a little homework, right? So, the Aborigines, the Aborigines in Australia, right? And their belief system or spiritual practices, and they would say that they call it the dream world, and in the dream world, right, is where all the ancestors are, and they're the ones that, and they say that they're the ones that structured everything. They're the ones that's going to teach you where to go, how to do it, and blah 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 blah. And that was fascinating to hear, from the Aborigines before anyone was
You
really
mean
taught.
they?
You,
Pardon me for interrupting. You mean they
no, no, go ahead.
structure it in the dream world and we experience it here?
Yes, yes,
Right.
and
Okay.
like,
I just wanted to make sure I was keeping up with you.
and the power of that dream world, which is your subconscious mind, right?
Right.
Is the example I like to give fellas. Like, look, when you had your first wet dream, it took place there. Do you know what I'm saying? That had the effect here. It doesn't
Right.
go the
Right.
other way round per
Right.
se. Per
Right.
se. You feel me? Like for me, it's going through this, I like to call it training,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because when you're on this path that is narrow, right? You can't just get the truth all at once. Do you know what I mean? Your short circuit your
Mm-hmm.
whole mind. Do you know what I mean? And your being. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So
Right.
you have to take your gradual steps, because your ancestors are helping and assisting you in this process. If you're doing the right things, you're
Right.
doing the divine things. You know what I mean? I like to go by universal laws and stuff. So when you're doing this, sorry for being so long-winded, right? But
No, take your time.
when you're on this path, you've got this assistance from your ancestry bloodline who's cheering you on. Do you know what I mean? Like your great grandmother's like, that's my baby. Do you know what I mean? And so
Right.
you know what I mean? And so as you continue on your walk, You feel me? They are assisting you from the unseen, which is very powerful now. Like, I don't want brothers to forget the unseen now, because we're going to deal with the seen here. You know what I mean? But that unseen, they can go places we can't. And when you tap into that, you
that's
feel
real.
me? You'll tap into that. Like, not only will they deem you a threat to society now, you feel me?
You
That
are a threat.
communi-
You threaten their whole system.
right. Right.
X-Men is based on a true story.
You know what
Man,
I'm saying? And
for
so
real.
for me, you know, this ain't for everyone, because, like I said, you got to take your steps. And some are born with this thing here. You know what I mean? Where you get this clairvoyance early in life. Some, I think all of us have it. You know, some has said, nah, my dream ain't real. This ain't
No,
real. I'm going to
no,
continue on.
no, you
But there are
definitely
some
have
that
it.
said, no. You know what I'm saying? Some say,
Yeah.
hold up, wait a minute. How could I go forward in time and then see myself and then, you know what I'm saying, call that a deja vu? Like, yo, that's amazing. And to deal with the
Right.
law of universal law of polarity, if you can go forward in time, and I land right here, if you can go forward in time, gentlemen, you can go backwards in time once you start to really get into this. And I'll land right there.
True story.
I believe that. I believe that. I wanted to tap in on one thing that he mentioned when he brought up lucid dreaming.
Yep.
Um, I was about 8 or 9 years old, like long before I even ever heard the word lucid. I remember my father telling me that I could control my dreams. And from that point on, I went on a mission. Like he don't even know. Like I didn't tell him nothing about it, but in my head, I was on a serious mission every night to make this thing come true. Every night when I went to sleep, I was trying to control my dreams, and I had to overcome several recurring nightmares. Like I used to have these nightmares that I had one of falling. I used to have one of like this little. It's crazy. It was like this midget Italian mobster looking dude who used to just walk up back and forth in the hallway at my aunt's house, and I couldn't get out the bed. Like I would have to sit in the bed and he would just stalk the hallway back and forth, back and forth. And anyway, I just kept having these nightmares and I had to overcome them to finally reach lucidity. And when I did, you couldn't tell me nothing. Like I was really, when I could finally realize that I could control my dreams, just making stuff happen, making things materialize out of thin air. Oh my God, that is literally the most fun I've ever had in this life, which for me is saying a lot as a Scorpio.
Right.
But I don't know, somewhere during the course of life, I lost it, and I be doing a lot trying to get that back, but I think that it's my wanting to get it back so bad that might be keeping it from me. I'm not sure, but that's kind of how I'm feeling at this point.
That's a great and interesting story. And before I have Wally come up and share his piece, pause. Not your piece, your mind. um Very good point, brother T. I will go back after Wally to say that's interesting about the wet dream that you mentioned. And and for my brother Ultra, that could it be possible? Because a lot of the things that's happened supernaturally to us, and I might be speaking for us, but I'm speaking for myself, but only because we are all three in that kind of enlightenment, that and my understanding is that when we are children, our innocence and us are still tapped more closely to the spiritual world than we are as we get older. And then it kind of peaks again when we're adolescents and teenagers, because our bodies are going through some hormonal stuff. So there could be like psychic things that are happening around us, or we could see certain things again. And then for some reason it dies down. And then it, like for me, it peaked back up again. And like in my late 30s, more so in my beginning, in my early 40s. And now it's to the point where they're like, no, you can't shun us no more. You can't hide no more. You can't put a blanket. You're going to have to take all these spiritual lashings and remember who the hell you are.
Right.
And I think that plays a part, like when we are adolescents or children, like we're more susceptible to seeing that, and we lose it as we get older for some reason, because we're also indoctrinated into the world now. Like when we're children, we only know what our family shows us, what we see right in front of us. But once we leave their house and we're exploring, our minds get tainted with other things. That's what I'm thinking.
I think that's because of the way the world is set up, that the way that the world that we living in currently, the way this system is set up to suppress all of that. It's not like we living in a world that encourages that. That would be different.
True. Wally, what's going on with you?
Nah, I mean, so far just hearing everything else as far as the conversation wise. I mean, pretty much mostly when it comes to like chakras and auras. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was making sure. But yeah, like, cause I know you was talking about like anime, like as far as like Dragon Ball, cause like when you mentioned that at the start, I was sort of questioning like, wait, because like at first I was questioning what you when you was talking about. You meant, so of course
I blinked out.
Dragon Ball, and then because at first I was thinking in my head after I heard the restatement, I'm thinking, I was like, at first I'm thinking Hunter x Hunter, because that also emulates the same thing, but then again it's like because because they pushed it on Nen, and when you look at like aura, I think if I'm not mistaken, aura is like the outer spiritual energy that's posing on the body,
right?
Whereas, so and then chakra is like the inner posing on the spine. So yeah, it's just very interesting concepts overall.
Yeah, it's just like ultra. It's just like ultra.
I just want to ask.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on, Brother T. I would just want to ask Brother Wally this, and then you could go ahead and chime in. Wally, have you had any what they call supernatural experiences? Have you? I know we behind the scenes have been doing.
Yeah, we talk about these, of course, a lot of times. I mean, as far as spiritual things, because like I said, because as much as we talk, I do always say this, like, I am not in the more biblical sense. I'm more of the spiritual sense, just because at the end of the day, I may not know as much as the next person, or just don't understand how this whole processable world that we're in works. But at the same time, I know like there has to be something controlling this at the end of the day. So they're putting something in motion. And personally, I do believe that in life is already preordained for most of us. It's already been written. We're just going through the flows of it. Like it's already been written for us, no matter what. It's just rolling. It's like sometimes we may take a wrong path because we're not knowing what path we should be taking or what road we should be taking. So sometimes it takes us a little bit while to get us there. So it's like, but versus if we did know how to do it, then it's like, okay, we probably would be there a little bit more faster than later. So, but as far as like spiritual, like moments, because I do have moments where like, what do they call those? I forgot how they call it, but like how you're sleeping, like sleep paralyzation.
Yes.
Yeah, I had those moments where my body was feeling like stuck, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why I can't move? And it was very trippy, and it was like,
yeah, that's really scary.
Yeah, I'm not liking that. It happened like way like some years back, but you know, it hasn't come back no more. So I'm guessing, you know, whatever that was or whatever those spirits were, they gone now per se. But yeah, not a very pleasant time. I remember the last time I had it, it felt, I don't know why, but I just felt like something just bit me, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. Because remember when I asked you, like, because you said like dream, like those sort of dreams tell you something.
Yes.
And I guess like I felt like I was bitten by like a snake or something like that. I don't know. So you know, it just felt weird. But
yeah.
But yeah, those types of instances I probably had just on a natural base. But overall, I mean, I would say like as far as what you know about me, like on the back end scenes, right?
Yeah.
Because I would say like, because there's one thing I've realized within this life, like I think that I'm sort of like hitting on, because, and it was very interesting because I had to watch a video to bring it to my attention. Because you heard of like the concept of like the chosen one concept, right?
Yes.
So when you hear that, so thing is, I've been hearing that a little bit, and every single time I listen to it, and it just makes it sort of seems like, okay, some of this is starting to make sense, especially towards my whole livelihood, because you already know mine's a trip. Mine's a trip. So, but I started to think to it in a lot, and it's like, because one thing that he said that I listened to this video was like the other day ago, was the reason a lot of things have not seemed to go your way, or maybe when you're trying to make a connection with someone, but they don't, you know, materialize, is because you're not set up to be ready to be in that person's life or to be in anyone's life. You're set up to be strictly solitary, not isolated per se, but in solitary, because you need to be focused. You do not need to be around people with distractions. You need to be focused because I need you for something bigger. And you know, when I think about it in a long scheme, this is why I always say, like, for me personally, I'm a loner. Like I always say, it's ultimately in my life, because I always tend to move that way. Because even if I'll say like, yeah, I got friends, whatever, whatnot, or I know people, but at the end of the day, I'm always retreating back to the bubble.
I think I needed to hear that message.
Yeah, because it's like sometimes, as much as you would think, oh, you need to be out there, like this is the one thing I always say, man, I'm sick and tired of this. I just wanted a normal, regular life. The reality is, that's the thing. When you're chosen, you don't get a regular life like everybody else. You're not meant for regular. You're meant for higher. It's like, oh, you went out for a basic job. You ain't gonna get the job. You know why? Because you ain't meant for that shit. You meant for higher. That's why they didn't materialize. You wasn't meant for that stairs stuff. You're not meant for that basic.
Damn.
You meant for higher, so you're never gonna be taken. Forget that. And even if you got it, it wouldn't last long. It wouldn't last long. So I'm like, when I think back to it, I'm like, ain't this a mug? Because I be sitting here like, is there something conspiring against me? I'm like, yeah, technically me, because personally I'm conspiring myself by, how the hell are you gonna throw yourself to this lower land live? But no, you supposed to be right here. You get out here, get out, shoot. Get back to focus. I'm like, man. So just thinking
that's
about,
wild.
Yeah, it's just crazy. But just thinking about it overall, like just really letting it sink in, and just reflecting back is like, I guess I see why. You know, when you see why you go through the things you go through, you end up realizing eventually it just starts to make sense when someone actually puts it in front of you, and you like, okay, you know, I see that.
Factual.
You definitely sparked something for me just now. So I know I needed to hear that, because I kind of been going through some things in my personal life that had me like, damn, I just feel like everything forming against me. Like, what's happening here?
Means that you ain't supposed to go in that direction. I can speak on that. I can speak
I've been trying to fight against it.
Right. And you just go with the flow, right?
Foolishly.
I want to speak about that sleep paralysis thing, right? And many will get scared during this time, right? But to me now, understanding this after it's happened like what, 11, 12 times, right? Is
Jeez.
that, oh yeah. Look, I've been on this path here. You feel me? That I made sure that I'm not going to read about it. I'm going to actually go through it and ask for the
Experience
thing.
it. Right.
Right. And so when it comes to sleep paralysis, try to look at this as a test instead of the devil being on your back. Right? Because right now at this moment, when you pop into this, you're half in and half out. So since you're half in, half out, don't try to move physically. Try to move mentally. Right? And then you'll have better success when you're trying to move mentally. It's hard for me to explain the difference between the two because, you know, when you're trying to move your arm, you're going, but when you do it into your mind, you'll be surprised that, oh, I can move during this time period. Yeah, because it's just a test to see if you can master this event that's happening. And I fall back on that.
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that, right? Because a lot of the, because pretty much I remembered, like, I don't know if it was a few readings back, but Foxy pretty much told me, you know, going through tests. So it's funny how that goes. But I'll even go further, like, because when I say it like this, because it happened back then, it's been a long time since it ever did it again. So I'm in a belief, like, the only reason that happened at those times is because that was a signal, like, hey, you're losing grip here. Reaffirm, re-shelter, and re-strength. Because this would not happen if I was in the energy that I'm in. If I was in my energy the way I'm in it, then I would not have even had those moments. And that's how I take it from there.
Well, I know I haven't had it happen since I was a little kid, but when I reflect on it now, I just kind of look at it as like a test. Like I was supposed to just keep calm.
Well, yeah, because you think about it, those little creatures. I mean, if you ever like look at the sort of image, I don't think so. Like they probably don't even have eyes per se, give or take. But cause I always think of it like, okay, they're like sharks. They know that you're there, but they don't until they sense something or they get like a sort of feed to make a
Smell
move.
the fear.
They're not really gonna do nothing. So eventually they'll move on. So that's the thing, is like so it's like in that moment, right? If you're in, like, if you know in your mind, your heart of hearts, your mind of mind, like you're present enough to know that you want to move, but for some reason your body's so stiff you can't move. So now it automatically puts you in that fear mode. So
right.
What eventually something has to be like, the more you struggle, the more it stays tight. But eventually the more you calm, then it's like now you can be released.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you know, and I think that's like a more of a challenge of the mental mind frame. Like if you're not there mentally, then it's gonna be more harder for you.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. You know, and you know, these tests that we will all go through, you know, Hurricane mentioned it in the chat earlier, right? And he was talking about the succubuses and all of that. And so with that, like I touched on the wet dream part. Now, once you understand what this is, right? Because, you know, whenever you're in that dream world, everything is more intense. Everything's more colorful, right? Everything's more colorful. Everything seems to be more 4K-ish. And so one of the tests would be, can you say no to the naked girl there? You know, like, could you actually say no? Because if you don't, you know what I mean? When you do engage with that, I like to call it, that's another form of an STD, a spiritual transmitted demon. Now that could attach to your soul or spirit, whatever you want to call it. So whenever, if you're really on this path, those will be the things that be one of the tests that, will be thrown at you. Can you control yourself on a
That's deep.
physical and spiritual sense here? To know
That's
that,
deep.
no, I know you look fine and all of that, and now you sat on my lap and like, whoa, but no, I'm not going to do that. And when you pass those type of tests, it seems like, your ancestry bloodline or your spiritual team, right? Right. Who's involved, watching you, taking notes of everything. They say, you know what? This brother, he's ready. He's ready. He can actually do this. He can
He
actually
passed the
say
test.
no, yeah, to temptation, and that's something that I'm learning, just as Wally said, you'll go into this isolation period, where you're being molded, you're being structured, you're being refined, with knowing thyself even more. Sorry to be long-winded. I love this topic. I can talk all day about it. I fall back.
No, that's great. I love the input. Um, so listening and reflecting with you brothers is the wet dream thing really stands out for me because it also correlates with the question that Aura was asking in the chat with the matrix. And you know how you said, T, that it's and Wally, you guys have said that it's already there. Like we're already predestined to do these things and play these things out into the physical. And that might be what the matrix is, not so much that there's like this game design, like I said, how I picture it, because I grew up in that era where like games were just being formulated. And that makes a whole hell of a sense with you having your wet dream first. Now, girls don't really have wet dreams, but we do have sexual dreams. We just don't. It doesn't physically show in the waking, but we do have those dreams as well. And it's weird that shows itself first, and then in the physical, like it happens first in the spiritual world, and then in the physical it comes later. Whereas, but so I just wanted to say that makes sense to me. And also the spiritual, the sexually transmitted demons or diseases, then that can play a part in the physical, because like I said, you walking around, having, wayward sexual innuendos and not knowing who's attached to what and what bloodline these people are connected to and what ancestors that they're connected to. Now you've corroborated yourself with this person, and you're kind of like stuck with this energy until you know how to either ask somebody to help get this off of you, or yourself how to get it off. So those are things just to be mindful of. And that's all I wanted to say with that. Because I thought that was just mind blowing with the wet dream thing. I was like, what? You had that first, and then it comes.
Yeah.
No, I think that it's like okay, so if you look at everything as a program, right? And so I know for us men, to me, reflecting on why this happens, it's to let everyone know that you are more. And they use, and it's crazy how that sexual encounter to make you realize that you're more than just the body, right? That lucid dreaming is astral projecting, right? Do you know that you did this over here and it's affecting your physical, right? And it's perfect for the men, I would say, Foxy, for them to go through this, because like I said, you got to take baby steps, because we're in this system of this spiritual suppression here. They don't want you to know that you have this soul and you are everything. You can honestly be in two places at one time. Like they don't want you to enhance all of your clairvoyancies, which gives you like one of the clairvoyancies, one of the gifts that comes with, being clairvoyant is to be you can actually remote view where you're at home when you're in a meditative period or you're sleeping, right? And your eye is in this room and you're looking at everyone in the room. And it's like, whoa, I can do this. Yes, you can do that. But you have to be properly, I would give this up to the ancestors, right? Right. I would say the ancestors and angels and God, you have to be prepped for this so you don't go into a panic mode.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? Like, and I share a quick experience with you guys, right? And I think this happened when I was 25, right? This is like 20 something years ago, right? And so I went to bed and then I popped into the lucid dream and I'm underwater. Okay? I'm reliving like a childhood trauma, right? I'm underwater. Right. And like, oh my God, I'm drowning again. And I was like, hold up. Wait a minute. I just went to sleep. And now I'm underwater, which means that my body's tripping. So let me take 3 deep breaths under this water here to calm my body down. I took my three deep breaths. My body calmed down. I'm submerged underwater, y'all, right? And now when I took the 3 breaths, my body calmed down. And then I was just like, yo, I'm breathing underwater here. I'm like, yo. And then I said, all right, so what am I here seeing? And at that time, when I was underwater, I was seeing this black stuff come in front of me, like it was like oil being pushed up. When I woke up 2 days later or the day later, I get hit. Like I'm watching the news and, oh, we had the BP oil spill under the water. And I was just like, yo, whoa. So these gifts that every single one of us has, once you tap in to your so-called junk DNA, you will be amazed at what you can do. And I land.
So, that's very good. And that's very good how you put it all together. Because I'll even say this, right, just to sort of like add to what you're saying. You know how they say, what came first, the chicken or the egg? I like to sit here and say, well, what came first, the spirit or the flesh? Because 9 times out of 10, the world that we live in likes to always promote the flesh more than we promote the spirit.
Facts.
So
facts.
It's interesting how that goes. But
it's funny that you say that, because I would say the spirit, because to me, understanding everything, right? Like here's a question I put on my video, like, where do you come from? Didn't you fall down here? You came from a higher plane, right? Let's say you was in heaven or form of heaven, and then you fell down here. So that means that you are the fallen angel. And so if there's fallen angels, and I got this one from Bro Sanchez, right? Because I never thought of the polarity of it. If there's fallen angels with us, then that means that there are rising devils with them. And I thought that was interesting. And I thought that was interesting. And I fall back.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep. I like how you did that. I like how that's been.
Brother Sanchez, that's why I rocks with Brother Sanchez, and he's ever evolving. He doesn't stay, stagnant with one thing. He goes all over the spectrum of everything: politics, spiritual, science, physics, things of that nature. And I appreciate that he has me up there on the panel because of what I do, who I am. And like, I'm official with them. Like, I'm moderated, I'm modded up and stuff. So I'm like, what? Like, I am so honored over there. Like, that's such a big thing for me. But I like that he is open-minded to these kind of conversations, because it's just as real as the physical. And some people like to dismiss it because they're skeptics, they're non-believers. And it's like, and that's what got us connected, Brother T, is that we fall into that spectrum of, no, the spirit world is just as real as the physical world, and we've seen it. We can attest to these things. And so for him to have such a big platform and stuff, I salute him on that. Like, he has an open mind to everything. And you know, some people just like to stay away from that because they're like, oh, that's hooey, that's fooey, that's, you know, pseudo and blase, blah. And, you know, I'm not here to bend anybody's arm and convince them. It's just, hey, if you have an open mind, you have an ear to listen, be open to it and take it from there. You don't have to have my word on it. You could, you know, if you've never had any experiences, okay, you may not ever have experiences. Just like Brother T said, some of us are fallen angels. I wouldn't necessarily say that I am, but I probably am up there in the higher echelons. And this is why I came back. Also, when we talk about numerology and how our numbers, how your name, the name that you were given, your birth name, is correlated to all the way up on the higher echelons and what it means. And so you're designed with a number. And yeah, people don't like to say, oh, I'm not just a number, but yeah, you are. Because signs and symbols and numbers is how certain entities talk. They don't talk like us the way we're speaking right now.
They talk in code.
They talk in code. And so when you are tapped in, I get a lot of signals. I get a lot of downloads by signs because they're not talking to me the way I'm speaking. They're talking in another, they're forming another way of communication with me. And so I have to then decipher it because that's not for my human physical capacity to comprehend. So then I got to go look stuff up because I don't know really what they're trying to show me. And so when we see numbers that are repetitive, those are signs. Like, you know, lately I've been seeing 222. Now, I'm not a real big those so-called angel signs, but noticing the 222 and 1111. And when I realized that my soul urge number is number 11, or my soul path number is 11, well, 1 and 1 equals 2, right? And then you get 222, you know, so those are things to just be aware of when you're going down this avenue in your spiritual life and your spiritual walk, that your spirit guides, your ancestors, the angels, archangels, God itself is not talking verbally. They talk through even animals. Like, I had a mourning dove come purge in front of. Morning doves don't come over to the Bronx in the hood. Like, morning doves are not in the South Bronx. What are you talking about? There's a morning dove that was sitting on top of my fire escape 2 days ago, cooing. And when I said, oh, hello, it turned its head around to face me. And I said, hey, you remember me? Why did it turn its whole body? My window is closed. It turned its whole body around to look at me. And I said, hi. I said, you remember me? It looked me dead in the face and then flew away. Trust me, they know they send these things, and a dove is the highest bird that's associated with God's covenant. And I got a mourning dove. My aunt passed away 2 days ago. See what I'm saying? So this is how they do. This is how the spirit moves, and they send you things, animals, people, songs come on that you can hear, that you're in your car listening to, and all of a sudden, boom, this song comes on, and you hear every word, and you just like, damn, it hits you. So yeah, I wanted to just say that. I digress. Brother Ultra, you have something to add on?
I just wanted to say condolences.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is there are two things. I don't like to say the third. My third one is my personal own thing, right? But the two things that they can't control is the stars and animals. They can't control those two. And since the animal kingdom is really connected to the spiritual world, right? Now, any of the ancestors that can figure this out, you know, once they cross over, you get to you know, they've got to learn how to, you know, encompass that bird, or, you know, come and see you somehow. You feel me? In this lucid dream, where I call it visitation. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's I would say it's tough for anyone that passes over, because, you know, they have to go through their understanding,
Exactly.
and they
Yep.
go through their steps. And then once, you know, a person passes over, to me, right, from what I've experienced so far, is that, you know, they'll come and say their goodbyes, right? You'll get the visitation,
Right.
and then they'll go through their learning period, because now they can, if they graduated, okay, so they can move on to the next class.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Or,
You're right.
you know
You're
what I'm
right
saying?
so far. You're right so far.
You feel me? Or they become, you know, this ancestor where they're part of you now. Like, they'll guide you. They'll try to, you know, make sure, hey, don't go this way. You know what I mean? Or, yeah, they try that. You know, like, this is the game that they don't want to tell us that we're in. And this is why experiencing things, you know, to me, is the best, because once you experience it, no one now could lie to you. And since I've experienced it, I can put it in layman terms for people how this all goes. And I land right there.
So I want to touch back on the whole fallen angel part that you throw out there, because when I think about like the fallen angel part, right? I always say this, right? If we were in some form of facets are like fallen angels, I always wondered, well, why we weren't just internally just born with wings versus just being stripped of it. So then it's like, at this point, it's like, isn't this the fact that we're just more so like just souls just turning to seeds, and we're just giving ourselves our pot just to grow in it? Because think of it like this, right? Let me tell you why I morally see it as like we're just fallen seeds, just being engraced upon the lands, and, you know, just to grow, right? Because if you think about it, when you look at the body, right, and they show you the veins and everything, they're like roots, stems. You pretty much idolize the same imagery, right? So it's all like it's just feeding off of the same thing in a sense. But also, but I also want to touch on what Foxy said earlier. I forgot what something she mentioned, but no. I think it was you. T. You mentioned about the ancestors, because I'll even say this, right? Because back to what I said earlier about like just being placed into like solitary. For whoever ends up like listening to this like later on and they reach far to this video, understand your solitary is not your imprisonment; it's just your protection, right? And don't think you may seem alone physically, but, you know, spiritually, you're actually right there with all the people of your lineage, like across the board. Because pretty much that's what Foxy tells me every time we have our little moments of, you know, reading up.
Yeah,
they out here cheering for my butt behind, like, just keep on going. I'm like, oh, here we go.
You've been fighting it. You're coming to the realization.
So it's like, you know, your solitary is never your imprisonment. It's just your protection. It's like, stay focused on what you're trying to be seen or what you're trying to get to be seen, and then push forward to that direction and just keep elevating. Because, you know, that right there, it was just like a bigger like thing. Because I was wondering like this, like, you know, things like that. Because even when it comes to like people and moments, right? Because it was sort of weird. Like I always say this, like one moment in my life I'll always remember, because it was just one of the most craziest things like in my mind. Because I'm like, I just never give it off, right? And it's like, I remember those days when like I was in elementary, like I was in 5th grade, right? I know this one chick that was in my class. We were sitting at the same table. One day she was like, she just seems that she said to me like, you seem like a person that can rap. And I was like, huh? And I'm like, at this time, I wasn't like the best reader per se, right? So putting words together wasn't even my thing to even grasp, even though I did like music, but it just wasn't my thing. funny thing is now, years later, here it is. It's like I sort of now know how to do it. It's like, so I don't know. I don't know if it's a thing that's just the guidelines of where I'm supposed to go or how I did it. But it was just funny because when she told me it, funny enough, I say 1 or 2 weeks later, she ended up saying she had to move. And I'm like, huh? Like, how do you tell me one thing only for you to move? And then it's like, that's the one thing that stuck with me for the rest of my days, because it's like, now it's like, okay, because now, funny enough, now here I am in this time frame, and I'm like, well, funny, I can actually start writing music. I'm like, okay, and I could write a little something every now and then if I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't be focused.
See, you know what, Wally? See, that's been there for all along, and I kept talking to you about that with the writing and things of that nature.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I know.
Wow, Wally. Yeah, I don't even think we need to talk in 2 weeks.
Look, what you mean? I need the juice. I need the details on the back end, so I need the juice.
Wally be having his spiritual consultations with me, and be like, listen. But yeah, if anybody is interested in getting their private reading with me, you got a couple of days left, and then that's it. I close the calendar back up. And these are just messages, really, guys. I'm just, like they say, I'm just a messenger. Do I remember certain key things? Like he just said that now about the writing, and that sparked me to remember certain things. But I don't remember your messages because it's not for me. When I talk that day, that's it. You get it. And sometimes ancestors do come in, most of the time for some reason, I guess, because I don't even equate myself to being a medium, but I guess I am like a channeler where they see me and they're like, oh, she can talk, she can tell them something, so they're rushing. And I'm like, okay, I didn't sign up for that part, but sure, go ahead, tell me what you want me to tell them. So yeah, they come into the readings and they either want you to know about something or let you know that they're there, or maybe there is a warning or something. But yeah, 9 times or 8 times out of 10 they come into your readings just to let you know what's going on. And the readings last about an hour, so it's like 45 minutes, but we like to talk behind the scenes, so we'll talk about stuff. But that's it, and I don't my fee is very, very, very low, because I understand, we're in the circumstances with finances and things of that nature. There's readers that be charging like $300-$400, $100, like for now. And I'm not, hey, that's their thing, that's what they do and stuff. Me, I see it as this is my gift. At first I wasn't gonna do nothing with it, but people spirit said, listen, hey, this you giving out there, you gotta get a little shot back. Oh, my brother Smitty's in the building. Speaking of, another Scorpio king. Perfect conversation. So yeah, that's what I do. So if anybody's interested, they can get their readings. And I got my brother Smitty up here as well. Thank you for joining the panel. We are talking all that good stuff, that high vibrational spiritual things with Brother Ultra, Brother T, and Wally.
Scorpio.
Oh, he got dropped off.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he'll come back on. Hey, here's another thing. That I've noticed, that in our dream states, right? That when you're speaking to someone, right, in your lucid dream states, are you using and moving your mouth?
No.
Not for me. Silence.
Right, not for you. Not for you.
My eyes. I don't speak to them because they talk. They communicate with me through their eyes, so that's how I talk to them. Yeah,
because you got this. Because you're this conduit, right, Foxy? That you can speak to things, right, telepathically, right, in your sleep state and your awake state. This is what makes you. This is why everyone's like, oh, I'm going to Foxy. She can talk. She can talk to us. Do you know what I mean? And and could you imagine being on that side and you actually meet someone that can actually speak for you, it's like the movie Ghost. Hell yeah, I'm going to this lady. You know what I mean? She's in touch with things and all of that. But you know, in that dream state, you know, that when you're speaking to someone and you're making that eye contact, that means that you're speaking telepathically. So if you're speaking telepathically in the dream world, so that means here you're able to do the same thing if you can really tap into it. And I fall back on that. How you doing, Smitty?
Peace, Brother Smitty. I'm gonna just say this really quickly. There's 2 people, well, besides my kids, but my best childhood friend, we always talk with our eyes. And the boys, the guys that we would be around, they couldn't stand it. They were like, see, they talking about us, because we wouldn't say nothing. We would just look at each other and we talk through our eyes. And you don't have that with everybody. So no, you can talk telepathically, but you got to have somebody that can be up there with you to talk telepathically.
Yeah.
Because the eyes, the windows to the soul.
I mean, science is catching up, you know, but it's kind of hidden. They call it ESP, you know, and, you know, I think that real science, not the stuck in the box science. Once real science really starts to dive into the, you know, the spiritual world and, you know, what our soul and spirits can really do, I think this is where society changes. You know, we now come on to a bigger level, you know, a larger level, because, you know, if you really think about it, you know, this condition that all the brothers are in right now, we're in this condition, and nothing changed yet, really. It's moving slowly, right? But really, technically, it hasn't changed. And I think the reason why it hasn't changed, because we're not dealing with this side of ourselves first. See, once you deal with inside, the outside changes, from what I've heard. You know what I mean? And so that, to me, you know, I changed within myself. You know, I gave up a sacrifice per se. I said, okay, no more ganja for me right now. You know what I mean? I'm going to go through this transformation, this isolation period that Wali's talking about. So in this isolation period I'm in, right? I gave up the ganja, and then what ended up happening is once I gave that up, that sacrifice, right? I transformed within myself, and now I have a influx of this lucid astral projection dreaming ordeal. And when I say an influx, I'm talking about every time I put my head down, I'm in it now. You know what I mean? Training, learning, being shown, getting these messages. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, and then now you know you keep your dream log book. You feel me? That's an action that when you do that, you're basically telling your ancestors, you're telling your higher self that, hey man, I'm ready. I'm writing everything down. So when I can go back 3, 6 months, a year later and read what I was dreaming about, it was like, oh, so you sent this early, because a year from now, this is what I'm going through, you know. So this is the part of the journey, you know, that everyone's, you know, is going to be on once you identify the journey. And just as Wally said that, you know, when you've got this gift, Wally, you got this gift of music, and then you've got this gift of writing. And then once you start doing it, like I didn't know, I just started doing it. And then it was just like, yo, I can now my hand is caught up with my thoughts, where it was, I would think something and then my pen is moving really slow. Now it's, okay, I can think it and I'm writing it down now. Like it comes all in sync, right? And I'll land there.
Brother Smitty, I want you to get up here. This man is phenomenal as well. He's had some life changes, and he talks about this stuff on his panel as well, where we have, you know, these supernatural experiences or spiritual experiences. And so I wanted to have my brother up here as well, talking that ish.
You know, it's always a grand moment when we're able to grace each other. Um, Always beautiful. Much salute to the panel. Salute to everybody up here. I don't know the brother's name, but much respect to you. So, can you just kind of give me a baseline premise? I actually was like cleaning up, working out, editing, doing a bunch of stuff. So, just give me a baseline. I heard dreams, which is
Yeah.
very much so I can speak on, but give me a baseline premise so I can respond to that directly.
Well, it's a plethora of comments that we're talking about, but the basis of the live was to talk about chakras, how they affect you, because working within to work your way out of your physical,
Mhm.
crystal meditation, yoga, all these things are intertwined with each other to get to basically practice, get yourself ready for that spiritual part of you that you've been supposed to be doing from eons ago, or your ancestors have been preparing for. So we're having this conversation of just different avenues where, either psychic connections, clairvoyancy, or the
Right.
clairs, astral dreaming, and etc. So that's where you came up on when
Okay.
you were talking.
Okay. All right. I got you, fam. All right. Cool. So I'll go ahead and get my take. Am I coming through clear?
Yes, crystal.
Much respect. Much respect. Hey, that's funny. That's my favorite color. People keep telling me it's not. Clear is my favorite color. Let's
There you
keep going.
go.
Yeah. So
There goes the clear crystal right there.
yeah, yeah. Clear.
Yeah.
The color of truth. That's why it's every color has a representation. Clear is the color of truth.
Right.
You cannot you cannot defile what you can see right into. So let's just
You
start
can just
off
give
with
us
this.
your experiences if you had any, or your take on any of these
Oh no, I
metaphysical.
got you. I got you. I got
Okay.
you. Yeah, I got you. I'm right there with you. So I'll start off with this part of the spiritual part. Like, we speak about spiritual awakening, and I've talked about it before, how we do need to remember that once you have awakened to your spiritual awakening, that you just walked into a door. People think that your spiritual awakening is going to be something comfortable and smooth, and all of a sudden you got all these profound epiphanies. Nah, you're gonna feel lonely. You're gonna think the world is against you. It's gonna be very disturbing. You're not going to understand its transformation. And I always use the example of the butterfly that's cracking through the chrysalis. Little do you know, by the time you see it on that flower or on your shoulder somewhere on your yard on a pretty spring or summer day, it had to flap its wings for its dear life. And if it did not crack through that chrysalis, it would die inside of it. Now let's go ahead and let's transform that into what we're speaking about. We're speaking about the transformation of a person growing and evolving within themselves. You can die inside of yourself 1,000 times over if you do not take the time to chase your purpose. Now, see, that's why the spiritual awakening, that point is much more pivotal than anything you've been through before it or anything that's going to happen after it, because it's a direct indication of how the afterlife works.
Mm.
A lot of people don't recognize, like, if we really get deep into it, right? Now, we're just going to stay surface level for right now. So, like, this rabbit hole called the afterlife, it's not just you go and then you're judged and it's up or down. No, it's a series of steps and walks that you go through. And that's exactly what your spiritual awakening is like in your physical vessel. There are multiple levels to actually reaching that state in which it is we feel is our peak. But the illusion of it all, there is no peak. There is none. And only those who are able to recognize and tap in and have that third eye open are those who are able to see that that is not what you will ever be able to reach. Thus, no man, no woman is ever to be perfect, but you are always to be so perfect in your imperfections. Right. So when we talk about the spiritual connection of it, the main thing is that a lot of people are not directly connected to themselves. A lot of people, again, they try to look for everything that's supposed to be them from the exterior. And like I always say to land it on this part, solitude for the wise ones is considered to be opportunity. That same solitude for the fool is considered to be torture,
Mm.
right? So let's not move on to the dreams. I do believe that dreams, from what I'm able to decipher so far in my studies, dreams are when we are given certain codes of the afterlife. That's why we call it astroplaning. When you actually dream, I do believe that at that point you are not alive. You know that whole like witch riding your back and all these other sayings we got from back in the day. No, that's your soul trying to reach back into the physical vessel. Now, the thing I speak about with dreams is the inception part of it. To make it short and sweet and land it right, and open up the floor again. And I appreciate you, beloved. Um, always, always. So dreams are when we are able to tap in, as the brother Pierce said, the influx, right? The flooding of the fifth realm, right? Because we are four-dimensional beings living in the third dimensional realm, trying to get our way back to the fifth dimension and beyond. And so now we are given these moments where we can get a code. So why do you think, to land it, there are reasons why you know you had a dream, but you can't remember or explain that dream because you were able to tap in and see things that aren't supposed to come back here. And you know something, even things that we are able to say and come back here, we got to be very, very careful because it's a very, very discreet and very, very designated motion of that code in which you are supposed to crack. It's not always exactly what you think it to be. You can be walking in the flower field whole time. That can mean something completely polar opposite. And so I believe that dreams are when we tap in and we are able to see codes. We are able to see messages. We are able to see worlds and realms and entities that we are not supposed to be able to quite explain. And I believe that's why our loving creator has made it so it's always so confusing for us. It's supposed to be because no man is supposed to have all the answers. That's why we have these discussions to go ahead and click minds together. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, beloved.
Awesome.
Hey, that was well said. And
Yes.
Man's got bars.
look, I tell
said
you this much. I tell y'all this much, that I can tell you what shape shifting is all about here. You know how Tesla says energy, frequency, vibration. Now when you're in it, when you lucid dream, to me, this is you linking with your higher self. You and your higher self are one at this time. And it goes back to almost like the succubuses in a way, where you will, as you said, this isn't a walk in the park thing here, because you're really waking up. And so since you're waking up,
My brother, real quick, may I ask, are you speaking of the succubus or the incubus? Because the thing is, it's not just a succubus. I believe that's the female derivative of it, right? You got your male and female derivative of it. Yeah.
The incubus is the male.
Thank you. The incubus, yes, incubus, male, succubus, woman. There we go. So rock out. I want to make sure I know which of it you're speaking of to keep up.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So we'll take the succubuses, right? And when she came by, right, is that, I'm analyzing, and then, she shapeshift. Now, when you encounter another person, they should never shapeshift. Right? You should never get any distortion when you're dealing with another high vibing soul. They would never distort. They would never change faces or grow another arm. You know what I mean? They will stay normal. But then there are some that once you are waking up here, that will shapeshift. And that is one of the things I was like, wow. So these entities that are around here, this is really real, and this is the part of the steps that you're going to have to take, because, and let me land here, right? I can be so long-winded, right? And I'll land here.
No,
is
it's fine.
that
Yeah, no, I want to get Brother Ultra because he hasn't been. He's been quiet in the back scene.
Oh no, it's my daughter's birthday, so I'm doing stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, happy birthday to the daughter! Yay!
Right on.
Many more rotations to the young princess. Many more rotations. Bare minimum 180. I'm going for 180 more. Let's go.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Let's put that number up. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
brother.
when you're waking up, and you're going through, whatever the Kundalini or the third eye opening, I just want everyone to know now, you are now deemed targeted. You are an official TI right now.
Yep.
Okay? Like all eyes will be on you. Now, from that point, you got two options. You can keep going and know that, hey, man, I'm going to be fully protected out here and I'm going to keep rising. I'm going to keep rising. Or you say, nah, that's it. I don't want to go down this road anymore. And whatever road you choose is fine. There's no right or wrong when we speak about this topic here. Just know that when you are trying to go on this narrow path here, you are going to see things that you can't explain to everyone. You are going to have this contact with other things that you can't really talk about, right? You only can now talk about to the people that have actually experienced this. These are the people you're going to be speaking to. Do you know what I mean? But just know
Let me
that,
ask you this.
yes, yeah,
Let me ask you this. All right. So, a lot of things that I hear. All right. So now that I am catching up now, right? So, a lot of things that I'm hearing about, I believe, if not, all right. So, it's tied into this. So, I just want to start off on the panel. And of course, ladies first, always, the beautiful hostess. I would like to know, sis. And then let's go around the room, right? And you'll see where I'm going. Trust me. Yeah. You'll see where I'm going with this. So I just want to start off with this. Please, everybody, just in a nutshell. All right. So, Sister Foxy, why do you believe for ages beyond eons, humanity has sought the code for immortality? Rock out. And you'll see where I'm going.
Why? Because they don't want to go into the spiritual world. They want to stay immortal. I don't know.
Okay, now we have to remember everything that's spoken about in holy text and everything else. The doctrines are what is written is that the other world is the eternity. So if you say that they're scared of that, and we know that this is physical. You see,
I don't know. I come back
and
to
that's
me
why I
later.
proposed the question. Yeah, now we about to tease the mind. That's all we doing. We just about to tease the mind, beloved. All right, so next one. All right, so go ahead, brother. Let's see what we got. Why has humanity sought immortality for ages and eons?
First thing off the top of my head, I would have to say is probably fear. It's probably fear.
That's actually a common answer. That's actually very common.
Because if that's the eternity on the other side, then what you want to stick around here forever for? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've definitely had points in my life where thought I wanted to live forever, because if we only stay here for about a maximum of 100 years, that don't seem like you can do a whole lot with that. I feel like it's so much more to experience here.
You can't do a lot with 100 years. I ain't gonna lie. I've gotten a lot done with 7. But okay, all right, okay, all right. I can respect it. I can respect it.
I just feel like it's a whole lot more that you could experience here, a lot more that you could go through with more time.
Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, let's keep the flow moving. What we got? Why has humanity sought immortality for eon and ages?
All right. Now I would say this. There are beings here that this is it. They can't go any higher. So I can understand why they're looking for immortality. For us, right? You are already immortal because this is not, huh?
You talking about the soulless?
Yeah, the soulless are looking for that, right? Because they can't go any higher, right?
Yeah.
And so with us, we're already immortal, right? Because this is not the first time you've been here. And this is something that, it's hard to accept, right? That you've been here before. And if you've ever experienced just one of your past lives, it's a total game changer. It now puts a stamp on it that, wow, I was here during the 1400s. Yes. And you was probably here more because your soul wanted.
No, wait.
Okay.
Because we're going somewhere with this, right? Let's stay directed. I'm gonna pull you back in. I got you, my brother. You are very profound with it, and I love it.
No.
Why, in a nutshell, has man sought immortality for ages and eons? Nutshell, 60 seconds, go. Because I want to get my anime / video game brother in here, Wally. That's my anime brother right there. You know what I'm saying? We can go back and forth about comics and shit. Let's go.
Yeah.
So
I'm waiting on you.
We on me or what?
No, yeah, I'm waiting on. So what? So no. I'm asking OG first. What is your answer in a nutshell as to why humanity has sought immortality for ages and eons? What is the one reason? Put it like that. Like we got fear, right? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like, what is that reason? There she go. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to Priestess Delphi. Foxy, y'all right on the same mode. That's your sister right there. That's your sister. Yeah, that's your sister.
If you can put her information in the chat too, so we can go.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Go ahead. Oh yeah. Nah, she's on the same tip as Foxy. They do the same thing. She does the same thing. Yeah. But what's your answer so we can get to Wally to keep it going? My bad, Foxy.
No, go ahead. I was saying let's throw it up to Wally then.
Yeah, okay, Wally, what you got, Wally?
All right, so based upon the question,
Mm-hmm.
You said why do humanity are trying to look for immortality?
Yes.
Eons. Well, this sort of goes to well, I mean, it pretty much goes to what T was sort of saying, but I'm gonna just punch it like this.
Don't tell me Ra's al Ghul.
No, that's totally fair. But the thing is, Ra's al Ghul don't fear. But we ain't gonna go there. But no, honestly, it's real simple answer. Their biological code, they know that their biological code ends. Like they know that their biological code does not transcend what they already been given. That's why they cling to this life right now. They're only clinging because we're not quote unquote, we're not ascended to our throne. So they have no choice but to cling here. So now this is why they have a grip on it.
Man.
This is why you start, but think about it. To your question, it's already been proven. And it's been proven through what? Futurama. Notice what they do, an elixir to keep life.
True. Very true.
So yeah.
Okay. So
wow, Molly. So you don't need me anymore.
I mean, look, he jive like killed it. I can't front. He jive like gave it. He jive like gave it. So all right, my answer would be to that, and we're going to get to the second part so y'all see where we at when we rotate back, right? So my answer would be to that is because it is half and half. It's half of actually what Wally said. We cling to this life. When they say the state of limbo, when one leaves the soul, and the soul reaches the collarbone, right? It's a state of limbo. Limbo basically is because the afterlife is primarily the state in which you leave here from. If you leave here with a whole bunch of turmoil, you leave here in an aggravated state, you know it's a whole bunch of apologies and stuff you've never said. That's why we got this old saying that's so subtle, but it's so detrimental. Make sure you tell them you love them while they're here. Right. And so now you got souls that have reached the other plane. They had no clue. They was just going out to do something and something happened. Lord forbid anybody here anytime soon. 108 years more. Let's go. But if that's the case, right, these are the people that will leave here. And when they leave here, they were still holding on to something. You're not able to reach paradise from what is really written in those ancient Dead Sea Scrolls. You know what they don't want us to know. So it's like you got to recognize that we are at a state where people are connected here so much and they think that this is all there is. And it's not all there is. And that's why there are a lot of things that go on with us that we don't recognize or know how to even identify. Right. So that's the one part. The second part of it is people don't want to go. Honestly, it's because of fear. Let's just be for real. Do you know how we view the afterlife in its initial state? Exactly what it's like to walk into a house that's completely dark that you've never been in. Don't nobody want to be anywhere pitch black. And that's how we look at it. Now, why do we look at it pitch black to land it? Is because we are so physical, we're not able to even envision. The canvas is black. You are to paint the portrait of your afterlife. It is something so difficult for us to recognize because we have been told that no, you either do this or do that, or you go here or you go there. You're either going to be or it's going to be burning. No, you create that. And if you leave here in a state of turmoil, then you will leave here and that will be your forever turmoil. You will forever be trying to scream back here and you won't be heard, but you can see it. And so I believe that it is a fear. Now, I want to move the conversation on to the second part. I got about maybe 15, 20 more minutes. Foxy, you know I always love it coming up here chilling with you, homie. All right, so now, you know it. So now back to what we talking about with the dreams, right? And what we talking about with that spiritual connection and chakra.
Yeah.
So do you believe that possibly us not being able to live physically forever is the reason why we aren't able to accomplish our perfection? Because I do know that we all have a completed, perfected state. But do you believe that we can reach that perfected state here? Or do you believe that we know we have to get it on the other side? That's why I ask, why do we try to seek immortality? It's all connected. The dreams you have, everything that goes on is all connected to you seeking answers. When your iris rolls back and it touches the front lobe of the brain, because that's what happens when we sleep. Your eyes roll back in the back of your head and it touches the brain. Now we visualize, right? Now we're in that projected screen of us, right? So now that you're there, I'm just trying to figure out, is that really the reason? Are we seeking the perfection of ourselves, Foxy, internally is the question.
Are we seeking perfection internally? Belief is, it would be more of an opinion because I don't believe. I mean, I don't. But I guess for some people, they would look internally to perfect, because that's what people do. Like if you think of a bodybuilder, yeah,
Foxy.
Yeah,
Beloved,
am I
what I
losing
want you
it?
to do? No, real quick. Beloved, I'm gonna set up what I want you to do.
Answer it for us, brother Smitty. Answer it for us because we're gonna take it elsewhere, and I want to.
No. I want you to give me your thoughts because you said you don't know the right answer. There is none.
There is no right answer.
Yeah, there is none.
I would guess if I had to say yes or no, then yeah, I would guess so.
There we go. That's all. Like, there's no right or wrong answer. We don't know this. Nobody does.
This is a course that we're all learning. I think Brother T mentioned it as far as, you know, a training. We all have to go to levels. Same thing with the ancestral world. And I agree with you 110%, Brother T, that when our ancestors or any person that's transitioned over, they have stations that they got to go through before they can either come back here, whether it's do visitation or to ascend back, and like if you subscribe to reincarnation. And I've seen it. I went through it within the past 5 years to know that. I mean, because death was just coming back and back and back. I was like, wait a minute. I'm not used to this. I've heard deaths, you know, happen. You know, some families get a whole bunch of deaths at one time, or it doesn't happen for like years and years at a time span. But I've realized and saw that, and then I started doing more research, and it was like, yeah. And then to really like be there to see them like going through these different stations, I was like, yeah, they got to go through these things. So, you know, when you want to ask Big Mama to come help you, she may not be ready because she's on her journey and on her path that they got to do while they're in that spiritual, astral heaven, if you will, world. So it's a lot.
What was that question again?
A lot of things, and we're ever growing. Our minds are ever learning.
Basically, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, beloved. I'm sorry, Foxy. I might be on delay. My bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I might be on delay. Basically, the question in a nutshell is, do you think that we've been seeking immortality because we've been trying to figure out all the answers to life? The fact is, I noticed that from the edges of the earth to the depths of the earth, right? So my indication that we ain't supposed to have all the answers is you can't, like, we don't know after all this time in technology, we still don't know everything in the ocean. I don't think we possibly ever will. I don't know. We can't go but so far in space. So from up or down, it ain't but so much that we know. So where are we stuck? In this middle realm? And even here on land, there's so many things that we discover every day on land. My point is, if information and wisdom is continuously evolving, then in my personal opinion, we've been seeking immortality, and we've been trying to decipher codes that we will never be able to get the answers to. So do you think that we've been trying to be immortal to seek perfection?
I would say this, Brother Smitty, right? I try not to put any limitations on things, and I would say this. There is something.
Talk your shit.
There is something called the divine spark, and this divine spark, you know, from what I'm getting, you know, this road here is that, you know, once you spark this divinity within, you will be able to know everything in our little bubble. And then from then, it still continues with more knowledge and understanding. But if that divine spark will merge your left brain and right brain, right? And it merges into one, just like the airbender does, right? And then that light comes through that middle path. I think that's when all mysteries, everything that anyone wants to know in our existence will be discovered. And that's one of the
Whoa,
things.
so you're telling me that you do believe that humanity is capable of unlocking Pandora's box?
Well, yeah, because after reading the Emerald Tablets and listening to Thoth, that Thoth is so, it's the first person that I've ever read that like basically loves humanity as the best creation ever created. And I thought this was the first thing I've ever read that honors us, that reveres us, that treats us like this precious diamond. And then from that, I really understood what thought is really getting at. I really did after reading the Emerald tablets.
Okay, so last part on this, because I actually, Foxy, I'm glad you pulled it up. Says I actually want your answer on that. I'm about to shut up and do some push-ups and listen. I just want to know, so brother, if we able to unlock Pandora's box, right? My thing is, do you believe that whoever opens it will be able to handle everything? Do you not understand? I believe that sometimes our mind erases some information just to reload the data bank. Do you really think that one mind can take all of that, of the eternity of history and beyond?
And to tell you this, brother, to tell you this, Smitty, like I said, I don't like to put limitations on it. I know someone can, right?
Okay.
On
No,
this,
that's what's up.
look on this fact alone, right? Because Foxy said it earlier. We are electric beings,
I
right?
agree.
So you're able to hold a vast amount of electricity, right, within one's self. And once you can have that, like for an example, Lucy. You remember that movie Lucy, where her brain frequency and capacity was rising, and to get to that level,
Yes,
I think
do.
that's
Yes.
what to me, and this is to me, right? That's what this game is all about, because you've been here so many times. And then if you're able to gather all of your past lives and all of that knowledge and all of that information that you've learned from your past life, along with this divine feminine energy spark, woo!
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna get your information. I'm about to put my Foxy, put my info in the back chat. Me and him gonna wrap it up. Yeah. I gotta, yeah, cause listen, I'm going. Yeah, me and you need to talk, sir. Me and you need to talk.
No, brother T,
Get that. Foxy, put my info in the back chat.
you can put it in the back chat.
How I do it? I don't know how to do that at stuff.
No, just put it. He said with this private chat.
All right, hold on.
Right,
I got you. Boom.
Yeah, in the
There we go.
private
Right
chat.
there. All right, hold on. Oh, okay. Nah, I can't. See, I'm on my phone. I'm not on my computer.
Oh, okay. Well, I see
my
something
phone different. Yeah, it be looking different. Everything set up different. I'm on my phone.
Got you.
Yeah, I'm not on my computer, huh? My bad. All right, no, I got it. I got it now. Yeah, boom.
All right, so brother T, check in the back chat. Yeah, he put his stuff in. I see it.
Yeah,
you and I. Okay, I got you.
No, I got you right here too. Yeah, holla at me, cause yeah, me and you, I'm gonna set up something, so cause I want to tap in. Yeah. I want to pluck your brain more.
Yeah.
You're an interesting character.
Man. Yeah,
I got
man.
a whole platform too. You good?
He loves this stuff. You heading out, brother Smitty?
Okay, I get you.
You say what, beloved?
I said, are you heading out right now? You leaving?
No, I'm right here. God dang it! I'm chilling. I just want to make sure. Nah, because I think I got like I got a little bit of time. So I got to keep up with prayer. That's all.
Gotcha.
No, I got till 4:32.
Okay. It's 404 on the Eastern Standard Board. Let me see. So, okay, do Wally or Brother Ultra, y'all have something else to input in there? I know we kind of like co-opted.
I mean, what was the last question?
I don't know if it was the last question, but it's one thing is for sure that we have to keep in mind. There are yes and no answers, just to be definitive, but when we're talking in this spectrum of metaphysics and spirituality, it's infinite.
Right.
It's as deep as the ocean blue, it just goes so deep and then it comes back up. So it's a 90 degree, it's a 180, and then it's a 360. So you always come back to self, and you always see that what has been going on the outside has always been in you. Like we go back to Matrix and Neo, it's always been you. You are the one, right? The Heru challenge, the Heru story. We always hear this and know this. So it would be it would be a disservice if we just always kind of clean cut to whether it's a yes or no, and if it's a right or a wrong. When like we can have these conversations and we go to another panel, or 4 or 5 of us go to another panel and we talking all this fly shit to other people. They'd be like, get these crazy cuckoos out of here. people that don't jive with that. They'll think that we bugging, we're pseudo. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear, you know what I mean? So,
Well, Foxy, let me just say real quick. I think that's a
go ahead,
issue.
brother.
That's a big issue for the NPCs, like the sheep. They all expect. I mean, especially with the religion being pushed on us so tough all these years, they
Right.
are convinced that everything has to be in a one certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And
Facts.
me personally, I've seen ever since my teens, as many people as there are on the planet, that's how many ways there are as to see the world.
Mm.
Mm,
Right.
mm.
Not one path is infinite. I mean,
Exactly.
you can definitely put a guideline, but everyone does live their internal life because everyone has that internal path and a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And even if
And what
we
do
all
you
go
call
through the same thing, even if we all went through the very exact same situation, we're not all going to deal with it the same way.
Right.
We're not all
Some
going to see it the same way.
others might right.
But see, then if that's the case, then all of us know that our path is like unique, right? It's going. We all got a different path and walk of life. Then,
Mm-hmm.
what would you say? Even though all of our walks of life are unique, what would you say are at least one or two main premises in which everybody should have to fulfill their destiny? I mean, I just believe, honestly, you need to have that moment of solitude. That's really, really, really deep. You have to have that. You got to know what it's like to not depend on validation from other people, not necessarily other people, but the validation of other people. And I will also say it possibly could be when we get to that point of we just don't what's that word? Foxy, you said it before. Um uh
Go under or something like that.
no. When we're looking into like when we're project, there we go.
Mm.
Mm.
Projecting. Don't project out into the world what it is that you believe the world should be. As in, i.e., don't try to carpet the world, just simply wear shoes.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mm.
keep trying to make the world conform to what we want it to be. No. I don't like right now out here in the DMV, it's kind of on and off raining. I can't
Mm-hmm.
just go outside and be like, don't rain, I'm gonna wear anything I want. No, I gotta make sure I'm strapped, right? I gotta make sure I'm straight for the weather. The weather's not going to conform to me. I have to conform to the weather. That is a direct indication that you must conform to the universe. The universe does not conform to you.
True
Mm.
enough.
Mm. Mm.
I know a big thing for me is to trust my own experience. Like I know we all go through certain things and people deal with their lives based on what they've been through. But you got to learn to trust what you've been through. Trust your experience. That's a big one for
Mm.
me.
Yeah,
Mm.
I agree. I agree. I would say, you know, the purpose. Like, what is your purpose here? And I would tell people, well, the purpose is, what do you love? Whatever
Mm.
you love, do that. And that's that soul conversation you'll have with yourself, like I had it with myself at 23. What do I want to do? What do I love? And then myself said, all right, do you want to be inside or do you want to be outside? And I said, outside. And they were like, okay, great. Check that box off. All right, so do some more searching. What do you love doing? And then when I figured that out, man, I swear I hopped into that. Like I coach football and other sports. So I've been with children, like for now, what's this, 25, 27 years of coaching, and I've been very successful at it. It hasn't brought me monetary value at all, right? But my soul quench of thirst has been quenched. You know what I mean? And so now
Can't beat that.
I'm
You can't beat
actually
that.
you can't beat that. You're actually happy. And so what's going on in the world here is that we're having people not doing what they love. And so all of this misery and it's pouring down with rain. No, you're not doing what you're designed to do. And I'll land right there.
Hey, Sister Foxy, before I get up out of here
Yes,
shortly,
yes.
do you not mind answering that question I proposed for you, beloved? I would
Okay.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I need that. I need that in my life.
You so feisty. Um, so does death really come in threes? So why Foxy, and where does it come? If so, we hear that. We hear that, oh, death comes in three. I've always heard it. My mother always brings that up. I don't really look at it like that. She always puts that in my head, in my psyche. But I'm like, don't death happen any amount of times? Like, why is it always three? It just looks that way. It appears that way because it's so close to us. Or when we see a celebrity pass away and then here's another one, then it looks like it's three. But what if there's like 5 celebrities that passed away and only 3 got reported? You know what I mean? So I don't really subscribe to the death comes in threes. It just appears that way to some people.
Do you believe that there is a connection with for every life that is taken, a baby is born?
Now that I could subscribe to. I could subscribe to that.
Well, that just sounds like balance.
Everybody has to replenish, huh?
That just sounds like balance to me.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has to, when a soul replenishes for another soul, a life for a life, basically.
Yeah. Oh, I just learned something the other day from Citizen Man, and I wasn't aware. Have any of you heard the soldier effect?
What'd you say?
The soldier effect.
Like the Manchurian Candidate?
No, it's called soldier effect.
Like
when someone
shock trauma.
I never heard of that.
Me neither.
No. When a soldier or someone in the army, right, fights in a war and they die, they come right back. And then when they come back, right. And so this child, right, is probably around 4 or 5 years old now, remembers that they died in this area and was, and they took people like, no, this is where I died. This is where everyone is. And then they investigated and it was like, yeah, the kid is right.
Yeah.
I was just talking about reincarnation. So basically,
I remember
reincarnation. Yeah, reincarnation.
Yeah, and they call it, I've never heard this.
Because I watch a lot of like hauntings, and I like a lot of watching. I like to watch a lot of ghost stories, and they'll have like a show where the kids, either they're psychic kids or they're kids that have had experiences where the soldier has passed away and the parents can't understand. Like the kid is full on buying. They want the parents to buy them like helmets and little guns, all kinds of stuff. And then once they've gone to the grave site or the death site, the child, the spirit just leaves and the child doesn't even remember anything that happened. It's bugged. Yeah, I believe that stuff.
Yeah, that's. Let me ask you a question, Smitty. All right, because you seem like you're really in tuned here, right?
No. Wait, I'm sorry. Please. I am not really in tune. I am one who continuously seeks. Rock out.
Okay. All right, so this is a question for. All right, this is a question for everyone, right? In your adult life here, have you died in your lucid dreams?
Well, there are 3 concepts that majority of my dreams consist of. So now, through the study of dreams, to make it very short and sweet for you, yes, multiple 1,000 times over. So it is said that when you fall from a very, very high place and you wake up before you hit the ground, you died in your dream. You coming back into this physical realm means that you died in the spiritual. Yeah. Multiple times. When you running from that monster and the monster catches you right before you're able to wake up, the monster got you and you got eaten, I guess, So the 3 main concepts of dreams would be falling, drowning, and running. You're always running from something. It's always something that has to deal with deep water, and there's always something that has to do with falling from a high platform. All of those are concepts. Just landed. All of those are concepts of death. Falling, drowning, running are concepts of death. Rock out.
True. That happened mostly in your teenage days, right? Or your younger self days, right?
That is correct. I would say honestly, I did have my more profound, in-depth dreams through my, I would say, 5 to like 17 years of age.
Okay, so now in from the age of 30 till now, have you diagnosed in this time period?
Multiple times over.
Multiple times.
Back
Okay,
then.
so
Yeah.
so you have this gift, okay? You have this gift that that the establishment knows something about you.
Who was the establishment? The
The
elites? Who do you speak
yes,
of?
they know about
Got you.
you.
Okay.
You feel me? Like they know about Foxy,
I
right?
don't
They
get
know
it.
they
They sure
know
do.
when Foxy was going to come here. They knew that Smitty is going to go on a spiritual path of enlightenment and information. They know who you are.
Mhm.
And look, and they are making sure, because you are dying in your dreams, that's confirmation that you're somebody to be dealt with. And so as you continue your walk, Smitty, I just want you to know that that you, my friend, might be what I call a spiritual assassin. Okay. And once you really get into this thing, you feel me? You're a problem for the establishment, because you, my friend, might be a spiritual assassin. I land
So
there.
you telling me that I can not only use my spiritual chakra to pull women in, I can use it to pull in the minds of the great?
Brother, I'm telling you, Smitty, you got a mind on you, boy. You got a mind on you, boy. You know what I mean?
I appreciate you, sir. And only thing that I would say is, because it's time for me to go off in prayer. Every last vessel up here, I'm not joking. I'm serious.
No, I got you.
Every last vessel up here is those of the lamps, and that's what I speak of. That's why I say lamps, because it's those of us of the light. So you always got to remember that. And when you have the light, you're always going to attract all kind of fruit flies and gnats and moths at night. But just understand, keep on shining and keep on being that bulb that protects the home. I digress. My mic is muted. You know I love us, Foxy. I'll see you next time, beloved.
Thank
Respect
you.
to you. You
Good talk.
know.
Love and light. Salute. Thank you, Brother Smitty. Great. He brings the stirring of the pot. That's that spicy Scorpio. And
Yeah, bro.
Scorpios
Definitely
deal with
did
the
that.
underworld. They deal with all that esoteric knowledge, and they like to unearth and get in there in the nitty gritty, the uncomfortableness of it all, the taboo.
That's very true.
I like him. I like him. I like him. It's it's the path,
Mhm.
and it's narrow, and there's no right or wrongs here. You feel me?
Yeah.
Because I went down a dark road at one point, but I
Mhm.
needed that dark road to understand something that brought me back to balance, right? and I'm so grateful that I went down that road, because I wasn't aware of, I thought witchcraft and spell work and all of this, that was a lie, until I got hit with it during my low point here. And once I got hit with it, it brought me to the awareness that, man, it's really going down out here. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So, for the ones that are taking this path, as Foxy, that she's got her, she's got her chime forks, you feel me? She's got the crystals, that all of that helps in a major way. And thank you, Foxy, for bringing awareness. That this is priceless, what you're doing. I just want you to know that,
Thank you.
and this conversation, I'm so happy that I caught you live, right?
I
Because
am too.
the
Yeah.
No, that's
information you brought
this
today,
kind of
Because you come in
conversation.
and out, and Brother Ultra, y'all in and out. Sometimes it's rare to catch y'all, and so I'm happy. I'm delighted. Thank you.
Yeah, and that information you brought today, man, that's priceless right there. This is for now and for the ones on their way on that path, you know, and then you laying down the groundwork, and thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. Thank you. No, I figured, again, that goes back to like that teaching aspect of, honestly, no one really taught me how to get to where I am now. I picked up a few things here and there, but it was all like internal, like going with that instinct. And if I can then help somebody and give like a little blueprint, sort of a little, not a cheat sheet, but just something, so a guideline or a footnote or a cliff note, where if you are not sure about something, you can then look up these things and go back and play. You know, I'll show y'all the books again before we end out the live, of just things to pick up and have in your arsenal, because those are your arsenals. Your crystals are your protections against, you know, the psychic attacks and things of that nature. Like, yeah, we walk around and we have pistols and we carry that for protection, but the crystals are my protection too. Like, you carry all of that. Sage, Palo Santos, all that stuff, all different herbs that you incorporate to clean and cleanse your house and clean and cleanse your body, clean and cleanse your auric field. It's all important because as we've been reiterating here, we are light beings. So some of us attract others, or in the, you know, spiritual world, if they know that you can tap in with them, you are a beam, a light. That's why I'm like, okay, why are these dead people coming to me? Because they're like, we see you, you can see us, we can see you, so here, you know. And not everybody can do that. Now, there is what you call an apprenticeship. I went through my own apprenticeship. I was never initiated into any one particular religion, group, set, whatever. I've been initiated by my higher ups, my ancestors, the angels and spirit guides and things of that nature that want me to be here in this present moment. That was my initiation, was through them. And I had to go through the, you know, being the steward, the student, and learning and falling behind and having things personally happen in my life, to my family, attacks and deaths that had to propel me to, you got to sharpen that sword and get up here. And so, yeah, you'll lose some family, friends on the wayside. People might not understand you. You're being protected, like Brother Wiley said. You are being shielded. So it seems like isolation. It seems like you're being taken away, and you want to still be in that crowd. But there's a greater plan, and you have to sit with yourself. I have this little, I have it over there. It's a little Bible, not a Bible, but it has like Psalms and different days of like affirmation and things like that. And one of my favorite Psalms is "Be still and know that I am God." I'm not, you know, I grew up as a Christian, but I'm not a Bible, you know, thumper like that. I still cleave to what I grew up with, and that helps me. And I incorporate all different types of Hinduism, like yoga is Hindu. That ain't, you know, that's a different religion, right? So you're being an apprentice and having to sharpen these skills like a blacksmith, and having to incorporate a lot of things so that when you're ready for battles, because it's not the war, we're in the war right now. It's the many battles that you got to go through internally and externally, that when you get to this level, you can, all right, you have your artillery with you. You know what you could bring out. All right, I'm gonna bring out this, you know, if this is my grenade, metaphorically speaking, if this amethyst is my grenade, I'm throwing it, like, stay back, you know. So we have to have these different things incorporated. It's not just one thing. It's all of this stuff that I brought out to you guys today, that you use it, and you use it as it's your life. You keep this and you move on in this journey, because we're still moving along in life, physically and spiritually. But yeah, there's going to be these entities that are going to come around you and want to circle around you. They'll come in your dream state. I'm thinking, listen, I'm gonna digress there now. I'll let y'all take the floor. Couple of weeks, about a week ago, because I have write everything down. All my dreams, I can write them down. My kids are like, "Damn, Mom, you remember all of that?" I'm like, absolutely. The color that the shirt, the color the person was wearing, what they was drinking, where we were at. I can remember stuff from when I was a kid, the dreams that I've had. Like the vivid dreams, I can recall those, not every little dream in between that. But so I was listening to somebody there on YouTube that they were saying that sometimes you may think that it's a deceased loved one that comes into your dreams as a visitation, and like, how do you really know that's them, as opposed to like a shapeshifter or a demon that's like co-opting that because it's familiar for you? And I was like, that's a good question. I was like, honestly, for me personally, I don't have that experience. I always, whenever it's a visitation, it's a true visitation. Because like I said, they know who I am. So they'll come to visit me because they know I could give a message to somebody else on the physical world. But I have to question, because like I said, about a week or two ago, I had a dream of this person. And I think this person is like sending spiritual attacks, or they're trying to get into my world because they can't be in my physical world anymore. And they keep going through, they shapeshift into other people. Their energy goes into, and so there's familiarities when I speak to somebody. I'm like, that's not your energy. I know whose energy this is. So the person, like, their face started to kind of like morph in the dream. And I was like, okay, then this person may be a shapeshifter. And now it kind of like, like, can they come in and play on somebody's reality of your grandma? That's not your grandmother. That's somebody, playing a trick to just entice you. Like, it's crazy. But so you keep your guard up. Like I said, my crystals, I have them on me, around me, under my pillow. I do not play. But this particular person is very, I want to say, I don't know if they're a warlock. They weren't before. If they weren't before, they are now, because they've been dabbling in stuff. I don't know this per se, but my spirit tells me this. And so they because they can't see, that's the other thing. When your light shines so bright and you can't be accessible to everybody anymore, that's when they start throwing out the little darts.
Facts.
And yeah, there are spiritual psychic attacks that happen. i.e. you getting headaches. Listen, you can get an infestation in your house. You don't know how these bugs came, that you ain't never seen these type of bugs before. And all of a sudden, boom, that's because somebody's sending out what they call the evil eye. If you don't subscribe to that, please, you need to take heed, because there are vicious people out here. They just don't like you for the fact that you shine brighter than them for no reason. You could be bringing them all the love. Mind you, I give love. But the love, when I take it back, it cuts out the lights completely. The utility people have cut off your lights, and they didn't like that. And now I see that they trying to keep, so whatever. I digress.
No, you brought up a very good point there. And I too want to clean this visitation thing up, and people saying it's a trickster spirit, right? And how you will know is the vibration you will feel, okay? Because you're going to be looking at, for an example, my father. I'm looking at him like, okay. And then that vibe, like the same vibe you feel when in the physical realm, where it's just like, I don't get a good vibe from this person. Well, on the spiritual realm, it's the same thing. Like, you're looking and wait a minute. Oh no,
that's exactly the same thing I was just thinking as Foxy was speaking on it. Like, trust your feelings.
Facts. That's why it's there. You're hardwired. If you're going down this road, you're going to be hardwired with this sensory thing here. Do you know what I mean? Where if you're looking at a person and they have distortion, or like Foxy said, they'll shapeshift. Wait a minute, hold up. No, you're not supposed to be able to do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Something's off with you, buddy. Who? And then what's the question? There's a question you can ask, right? And by universal law, it's mandatory for them to tell you the truth when you ask, who are you? And by universal law here, it's mandatory for any demonic entity that comes into your cipher have to answer that question. Because if they don't, that's a hellified spiritual law broken. You know what I mean? Where
Mm.
now, whoever this person or demonic entity is in a whole lot of trouble with not going with universal laws here. And I land.
Well, I did ask. I didn't ask who they were. I said because it was supposed to be, it was a birthday party for me, and my family and friends were there, and it was in an old theater, but it converted into like a club. And this person appeared in the dream, and I was shocked that they were there. And I said to them, "How did you know about this party? How did you know about my party?" And they just gave me like a little smirk, like you know, like not telling me. And then I said again, how did you find out about my party? And they just smiled again. But it was more of a smirk. Didn't answer me though. Everything this person was talking to me was through the eyes. And then all of a sudden, like when I was getting ready to leave, the person, because I had said, okay, I'm gonna see you, you know, like give me a kiss. Because in my family, like we give each other greeting, we kiss each other, hello, goodbye, you know, when we leave the house or when we see somebody, like we always give each other a kiss on the cheek or whatever. So I was saying, you know, okay, goodbye, and I went to go give the person a kiss on the cheek, and their mouth, like the bottom jaw, just kind of like extended a little bit, and I was just like, ooh. And I just got up, I was like, okay. And I walked away to go see my family. And then like the dream just started to disperse. But mind you, I haven't had a dream of this person in like years. And they showed up again this time. And it was in a happy place, in a happy environment. And I was just like, that just kind of threw me off because the lip part, like their lip just kind of extended a little bit out. And I was just like, ooh. Like in Nutty Professor, when Professor Clump, his mouth is like, that's how it came out. And I was just like, ooh, what is going on here? Okay. I left.
Yeah.
So I don't know, y'all. Like, I always try to expel this person and do my cleansing and stuff, but they find a way to just circle back into my cipher. And
because you know, it's, you know, when we speak about this, I know when I'm speaking to other people about this, they've never had a warlock on their head before. See, if you've never had a warlock on your head, then the things that I'm speaking about today, you won't have an idea. You have no clue of what this warlock can do. Some of these elitists, right, that are on the dark side of things are very spiritually gifted. They know certain spells and this and that, you know, that they will, you know, learn how to irritate you and you know, they become like a pest, you know. And in that whole experience that you will go through, you start to learn your spiritual power in essence, right? Your spiritual gifts now start to heighten because this is happening to you. So since that this is happening to you, you know, you have ancestry help. Your great-great-grandma ain't gonna let her baby go through that. And so, you know, she puts in an order and like, hey, look, could we upgrade my grandchild because, you know, of this and this and that? And then, you know, they be like, you know, the higher ups are like, yes, we see that happening. Upgrade her or upgrade him, so now his spiritual gifts now is heightening and they will be able to defend themselves. Like, you know what I mean? Like I can put things in such a way that, you know, that I've experienced it, so now I can actually go into, you know, how my imagination is working here and I can break it down to everyone on a simple level, you know. And I can tell you this much, Foxy, and everyone on the panel, right? During my dark road here, right? That was kind of recent. That all of this, all of these spells and all of this works on individuals that, you know, have a kind of a low vibing vibration, you know. And so during my dark times, you know, the the spell work, the voodoo, the death spells. This was working on me, right? Like there was a lot of real restless sweat, waking up in pools of sweat nights, until I started to, I had to change. I had to transform within. And so when I transformed within, I stopped going out partying and, you know what I'm saying, taking my journeys per se. You feel me? When I stopped all of that, now my vibration is changing because I changed within. And so it started to get higher and higher and higher. So now some of the, we'll say, rinky dinks spell workers or spell casters, that stuff isn't working now. It's going to bounce back because of my grandmother has put in the order. Like, look, he's done this, he's done that, and he's getting attacked. And now can we upgrade him? And then you get the upgrade. Do you know what I'm saying? To where now this stuff is bouncing off of you. You feel me? And then so now, I'm kind of weary sometimes, and this is my fault, Foxy, right? That I'm kind of weary about, reading all these literatures running around, right? It took me a long time to break this religious chain here. Do you know what I mean? Like once I broke away from that, okay, cool. So now I'm weary on reading other doctrines. You know what I mean? I would rather go through it, learn about it, on my own, and then read about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, is it confirming what I'm experiencing?
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying? And so that's like, I like to operate that way because they did say that all the answers are within. Okay, if that's the case, then let me experience it then. Right? And then it can confirm, and then once I experience it, okay, then I can confirm the whatever the Stryberg book on what this says about it,
Right.
And I'll land.
Yeah, that's kind of how I operate too with certain things. I go through it, and then when I'm using my intuition and I'm doing as I should be doing with listening to within, and then I'll go read it up afterwards. Like, okay, that's confirming.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And I would say this too, Foxy. Right. I shouldn't say it, but I'm gonna say it. There is a level higher than astral projection and all of that. And when you experience your macabre for your first time, Foxy, I'm gonna tell you right now, you are going to hyperventilate because in 5 million years, you would have never thought you can do this. It is so high def. It's so mind blowing. Like, and this is why people got to take steps because, experiencing that and then coming back from that, I had an issue of bringing the world back together in a sense. So, as Brother Smitty was saying, like, this isn't a joke here.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like take this whole spiritual stuff nice and easy. Go through these experiences. Go through your training. You know what I mean? Before some people just want to say, I want to do it now. Wait, time out. Time out now. You don't want to overload your whole system here because the brain, the mind, body, and soul have to be basically all in agreement with what's happening. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to be in balance with everything. And I land there. And thank you for having me on, Foxy. Like I said, I can talk like this. I can talk about this for days. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, me too.
So I
That's
thank
what
you
we
for
used to
having me
do.
on, man.
We sit here and talk about that in my household. That's how I'm familiar with all this stuff. But yes, I appreciate you, Brother T, for being here and giving us your knowledge, your experiences and teachings. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I appreciate, salute to the panel. Wally, appreciate you, brother. And the other brother above me, man, much love to you, man. And tell your daughter happy birthday and all of that, man. Have fun with it, man. For many more
Right
to
on.
come.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, Brother T, are you dropping down? Are you exiting out?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. I'm
Okay.
gonna go.
All right.
I'm
Thank
gonna do some
you.
writing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We never end. Our brains never stop.
All right.
Thank you. All right. So we got Brother Ultra, Brother Wally. What's cooking? Do we have anything else to input? Because I guess we can.
Yeah, well, as far as just the earlier question, because I heard of, the idea of death and as far as in dreams.
Right.
How do we interpret that? So for me, because I'm a person, like, when it comes to like dreaming, I can never really replicate what happens. Like there's moments I know like I'll be sleeping, but I know I had a smirk on my face, and I'll be like, wait, what the hell did I went through to have a smirk on my face? Like, why am I smiling so hard? So, I don't know what transpires. But one thing I do understand, like with death and like as far as sleeping, right?
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. I guess it's sort of like it's like certain different signs that it gives you. Like if it happens like this, it's like, because it symbolized like death in dreams. It symbolized change, transformations in the end of something.
Right.
So pretty much like how you were saying, like in tarot, death is not like a bad thing. It's really just more of a transformational thing.
Right.
So it all depends on like how it happens, like what is going off, like what is being being separated. Like, is it struggles? Is it some type of like new chapter? What are you the acceptance of change, or you change a resistance or fear towards something else, and it's like it's that is dying off, right? But overall, right, and even in the spiritual sense, it could be like a rebirth or an awakening, like most people also do as well. But for me, like just in the literal sense of death, like I believe honestly, if you're living and never dying, then you're really not really how would I say, you're really not transforming your life. You're just really stuck.
Right. I can see that.
So yeah.
And when we also so I like that Brother T said, it's a walk. It's a, how they say, a it's not a marathon, it's a race, or it's not a race, it's a marathon, kind of, that kind of.
Yeah, it's not a race. It's like, it's not it's not a race, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon or something like that. Yeah.
Right. So when you're dabbling into this other side of the spectrum, out of the physical, and you're going into the metaphysics, and you're going into the spiritual world, you die. That's why I started with certain things. And when I said it from the beginning of this live, on how and what started me to start cleaning up my spiritual junk, if you will, was I started with the chakras. Where's that book? Oh, I'm in the book right now, right? The Wheels of Light. So you want to work on those chakras, and the main one, like I said, I started with was the solar plexus, which was in my stomach, because that's the gateway between the lower chakras and the higher chakras. It's the balance. So to get that balance first and then work on the other chakras would be key. And just start off lightweight and work your way in, because to incorporate everything, you're going to go through a meltdown. You might start to hyperventilate. There may be you may have a migraine or headaches for days trying to compilate and compute all the things, all the knowledge that you're learning. And it's a day-to-day thing. And for me, sometimes I stop. I put this down, with reading and catching up on things like I just read, the Wheels of Light, and go into other stuff, because for me, it's every day. It doesn't stop for me. And I have to make sure that I put a stop to it and go so far left and watch like maybe the silliest thing, or you know, old school like movies and things like that, documentaries, so I can take my mind, because my mind is always, it keeps going with the information, whether I'm wanting to do it or not. It's like they still keep sending me information downloads, and I'm just like, okay, I don't want to like.
Yeah, I had a recent one myself. I think a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, it's been a minute since the right ear has been signaling.
Oh, mine's up. Sheesh. Okay, my left was yesterday. Yeah, it's been like a couple of days in a row, and I'm like, hello, what? So I'm figuring if I bend down a certain kind of way, is that what it is? Like I'm trying to scientifically debunk why, because I really don't want to keep, even though they're like, cut it out, you know. I really just don't want to be like, no, that's not you trying to talk to me. And maybe because I moved this way. No. Don't even be silly. But
you definitely got to know when to take breaks, because you can snap.
Yes.
For real. I know I've been on the verge a few times myself, especially when I first decided to delve deep into this. I guess I always attribute it to being a Scorpio thing, because, you know, digging into the depths is just how we are.
Right.
I became, and still to a degree got really obsessed with this. Like I didn't want to do nothing that wasn't about this knowledge. I didn't want to hear nothing or do nothing that wasn't related to this. And I got to a point where I could like almost hear my brain cracking, like, yo, I gotta take a break. I gotta take a break. I had to force myself to do so.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we do so much
in moderation.
Out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's moderation, because like anything, drinking, smoking, sex,
Too much anything. Right.
Too much is just not good. And even if we're like, oh, the spiritual world is like, you know, for better lack of words, cool, it's still a lot. It's a lot of information. And you just need to take a break. Just go for even if it's just to sit on your porch or in a park and just watch the birds, the ducks, like that simple, just so you can decompress everything that's being inundated into you. And then you got social media and people on TikTok. And that's the other thing to mention really quickly, was that, you know, a lot of what we're talking about now has become so mainstream, especially in TikTok world, that everybody's a psychic, everybody's a tarot reader, everybody's a spiritualist. And it's like, I honestly don't think that. Yes, can people tap in and be this way? I think, but yes, but I also think that the powers that shouldn't be are putting this program in, because just as T had just mentioned to us, that the corporation uses this energy as well. They harness this.
So they're paying attention.
Huh?
They paying attention.
Oh, big time. More than you know. They don't sleep. I always say they don't sleep, so why should you?
At all. Right.
They know when eclipses are happening. They study, listen, some of the presidents, I know for sure. Well, I can't say I know for sure, because my spirits tell me. I can say I know for sure, but physically, I don't know for sure that Trump uses this. But spiritually, he's got some high beings, good and dark, with him. Right. And they tapped into me a couple of years ago, and I was like, what? Why are you talking to me? I didn't ask about this, man. I don't care. They was like, nope. Oh, yes. And your names are tied in together. I'm like, wow, interesting.
Wow.
When I did gematria and broke down my name, I don't know how many times his name came up in every different alias that I used, whether it was my birth name that I was given, whether it was my married name, whether it was my aliases, like Foxy, all those names tied me in with him.
That's wild.
Big time. It also tied me in with either the Star of David, the bloodline of Jesus, the bloodline of David. All the names trace me back to that as well. So
have you heard like, you know, what's that phrase? The MAGA.
Even
though
you're the second person.
even though it's spelled in a different way, MAGA is like, you know how they say, what is it? Make America Great Again.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Michael. Yeah.
MAGA is an aspect of Vedic astrology. It's just spelled MAGHA. So I found that out a few months ago, and I was like, "Oh, okay." So yeah, they playing. They playing.
So now I'm curious to see what that word means and what his sign is in Vedic. Because he's a Gemini in the Western tropical astrology, but Vedic, like that's an old different, and that's an older, like finding the signs and stuff like that.
And you Pisces, right?
Huh?
Ain't you Pisces?
No, Cancer.
You Cancer?
Yep.
Well,
Cancer,
maybe.
baby. July 19th.
Okay, maybe.
But in
Well,
Vedic, I'm
Pisces.
all Cancer. I got mostly Cancer in my chart,
Really?
which is weird because I don't vibe with the Cancer like that. I vibe more with my rising sign and my moon sign than anything. I vibe with anything other than my sun sign. But yeah, I found that very weird, like with the gematria and him, and then being shown like an attempt assassination on him. And I didn't talk about this. I didn't even go on live because I'm not one of those type of people that talk about, oh, you know, I did the prediction. I show, you know, and that's great that people do that, you know, and stuff. I just don't. Brother T was telling me, he was like, sometimes you just need to keep that to yourself. We had this conversation before because I was like, I was shown about the pandemic before it happened. I didn't talk about that. I was scared to pieces with that when that dream happened, or that premonition rather. And then I was doing a reading for myself, and then Trump stuff came up, and I was like, why am I being shown this? And this was during his first election, when he was supposed to be go for his second term in his first term, and he didn't get it, and then Biden got in. That's when I was shown that he won. He definitely won, and that there was going to be an attempt on his life, but that he would make it. He would make it through. And it didn't hit me. None of that. Everything came to pass differently, and I was just like, okay, I left it alone. Lo and behold, here he goes, his second president term, and what happens?
Now, Pete, this Foxy, this just hit me about a week ago, right? Now, you remember the first time they was calling him 45, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they calling him 47.
Right.
Now, what's 4 plus 5? 9. What's 4 plus 7?
11, which is 2.
Oh, yeah. 9/11.
9/11.
Come on now.
9/11.
Come on now. This stuff is a trip, ain't it?
State of emergency. That's what I'm saying. And then when we get into that metaphysics part and you start adding and doing the numerology, where's my numerology book? Listen, it's all tied in together. But you have to have the blueprint. You need to be the apprentice so you can get into these realms and see what others are doing and how they do it. And you can start to understand things a little differently, like start breaking down like we just did. What is his thing? 911, right? 9 is an ending. 1 is beginning. You know, then they got that. If you want to add, 1 can never be added as 2 because it's the master number on top of that. Right. So that's psychic. Master number 11 has to do with the psychic, has to do with the that spiritual aspect, spiritual teacher. That's what I'm telling you. He may not himself do it, but it's people around him. He's got like big high ranking entities that work with him.
I believe it.
And against him.
I believe it.
So they use all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, we should be doing that. You know, every time there's alignments happening, like right now, Pluto just entered Aquarius. Pluto has to do with karma and destruction. And the sign Aquarius is about technology and humanitarian. Well, how do you get Pluto and Aquarius together? What's going to happen? You're going to see a lot of destruction and a lot of things being built up out of that. A lot of chaos, a lot of sexual things have to be involved with that as well with Pluto. I think Scorpio rules Pluto. Does it rule Pluto?
Yeah, I believe Scorpio is Mars and Pluto.
Okay.
I thought
I'm trying to find my books. So yeah, it's going to be entering on this week, Pluto, and then it'll sit for about 6 months or so. So there's a lot of that, and so trust me, they use all this stuff. Every eclipse that happens, every stupid portal they try to open up, every new moon, full moon, you name it, dates. Ronald Reagan's wife, Nancy Reagan, used to consult with an astrologer
Wow.
to see what her husband. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. The Medici, Catherine Medici, back in the 1500s or so, she consulted with Nostradamus. Nostradamus was the one that told her, your son is going to die in this battle, and her son, King Charles, I think the second, died as he said. So yeah, they've been doing all this stuff for a very, very, very long time. But they'll tell you, oh, that's black magic. That's
Right.
evil.
That's the devil.
That's the devil. And
it's always funny. They always want to color code shit.
Exactly.
But see,
away from the hidden knowledge.
I used to think when I was young, like I thought there were certain things based on my upbringing, because my father was military and hella militant. I thought there were certain things that just all black people knew, and I
Mm-hmm.
and I would figure, like, how do we not know not to trust these people? Like the same people that have been doing us in forever. Like, y'all trusting them, what they say, what they tell you to do, anything that they say that you're supposed to be scared of, that's what you're supposed to be running to.
Right.
And that's just the way I see it anyway.
I'm kind of like that in some ways. I'm more of a run to the burning building than to leave the burning building.
Right.
I don't know. That's how I've been hardwired to always just jump in. Ever since I was little, like I did my case in point, my dad, we went to the pool one day and he wanted to like go and swim for a little bit. He's the Pisces. That's probably why you're thinking Pisces.
Okay.
He's the Pisces, but
it was either that or I remember you saying that was one of your favorite signs.
Oh, it is one of my favorite signs. That's why.
Okay.
It's my top number one favorite sign.
Okay.
Pisces men. Pisces people. I got a Pisces store. I can't exclude the men anymore. But anyway, he goes to jump off into like the 5 feet area of the pool, and he tells me to stay on the deck, and just wait. I'll be back. He's like, I'll be back. I just want to go, swim for really quickly. Why did he tell me to just stay there? I don't listen. I'm like 5, 6 years old. I'm like, Daddy, and I go jumping into the deep, not caring how deep it was. And he sees me. He's like, what? So he picks me up. I'm just like, whoa, 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 whoa. And he puts me back up. And he's like, I told you, don't go nowhere. I was like, I just wanted to be with you. So I have no concept of this is 5 feet. I can't swim in it. And that's kind of how I've been always, like just with family. Like whenever there's something urgent, I just run to it.
Period.
And yeah, and then I like think about things later. Like I'm kind of like the last ask, after it's done. Don't ask questions now type of person. Yeah. I mean, just go into it. And that's not always the greatest thing because you don't know what dangers that lie ahead while you going into it thinking, you either going in feet first or head first and don't know it. But that's almost kind of like a soldier's when you're training, like you don't ask questions, like you got to go into combat. When you go into combat, you can't wait around and think, oh, there's something hidden. I mean, you'll have to use your common sense and background and other people with you to know there's danger around you. But for the most part, it always makes sense. I always wanted to be a Marine and I always wanted to be a firefighter. Like the most dangerous shit I always wanted to do.
Well, I guess that fits you then.
It does. And it probably was who and what I was previous lifetimes, just that type of
still carrying that energy with you.
Yeah, yeah, that fire, like just this, uh, uh, whatever it is, let's go, let's do it. Who got you? Who doing this? What?
Well, at least you can say you live in the moment.
I just
Right.
don't get me out of friends that you're like, yo, you want to go do it? Yep. And it'd be the baddest decision. And you'd be like, damn, why didn't you tell me? No, I'm with you. We ride this out. I am definitely a Bonnie and Clyde type person. And it's like, that's not the greatest thing always. Because when your ass gets caught, you going down too.
Damn it.
So you gotta like, but yeah, that's just always been my thing. Is kind of this, and I think it also plays in the chart. Like when you do your natal chart and you see where certain aspects are in the chart, it's like, it makes sense because it's like I have a lot of fire, fixed masculine energy in me. So I'm like, well, I always thought once upon a time I was a man, like in a past life. Just because of the I'm not, it's like I've always been a tomboy. I've always just kind of just been like boyish, like in that sense. And never, it wasn't until I got like in my later adult years where I became feminine, like girly and pretty. But
Right.
I'm still like, no, I'll throw my Timbs and my sweats on and like, what's up? Like thugging it out. Tupac, I ain't Tupac. But yeah, so all the aspects in us is what can determine. And I think T mentioned it earlier. It's like, or maybe was it one of y'all said, we're preordained. Yes, you said it, Wally. Like we already doing that stuff prior to being here. Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. So,
I gotta admit, I remember when he made that, when he was speaking on that earlier, and that kind of bothered me because I'm like, doesn't that eat away at the concept of free will?
I mean, I'll say this, right, and I'm glad you brought it up, right? I think the thing is, we're still given free will. The thing is, though, you gotta think about it. I said life is preordained, but again, it's only preordained by what means, though? By the fact of us going to the right path. We still have to choose how we living our lives, right? Because it's like, again, I live the path, but notice one thing: my path, I keep going the wrong way, right? So guess what? It's still gonna take me longer to get to where I need to be. So I'm gonna still be stuck, right? If I choose the left or the right. We all eventually are going to given a path. You can either choose right or wrong. That still gives you the point of you like free will. The problem is, though, that's going to be the cost of you, though, because how long it took you to get to where you got to get to, right? Because it's funny because it's just like how people like always say, like, mostly all the big wealthy people look at where they all are. Look how long it took them before they got there. It's like, well, and that goes to show you, like, right. You can get paid neither fast or you can be paid or later. It all depends on you, though.
True.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, we still all learning because, again, it's like we all like think of it like this, right? I'll even give it to you this way, right? I said, yeah, life is preordained, but then you also said, well, wait a minute, but don't we have free will? I'm like, yeah, we do. We still make choices, right? We still make choices left or right. We still make choices up or down. We still make choices where we wish to stand and where we wish to be, what we take in, what we don't take in, who we be with, who we don't be with, who we align with, who we don't. We still take those choices. It just all defines where we go from there.
Okay.
But it still is the same thing, I think. So
it makes sense.
Well, and could it possibly be as well that like I think Smitty or T was saying that we're not, so yeah, we've been here before, but what if you can't tell yourself everything because you have to go through it? That's where the free will kicks in, right? Like what if, like hypothetically, let's just say that your higher self can't tell, even though, like, I think there's like rules and regulations, like your higher self can't tell you, okay, if you go down to Grand Central when you should have went to 42nd Street Times Square, it can't tell you that. Just like, because my dad said this too. He was like, the angels, he was like, there's beings, and he said the angels. My dad, this is where I learned a lot of my stuff from youth. But he said that they're here to, not the angels, my bad, the aliens. There's allegories, or not allegories, hierarchies that they got to follow and subscribe to. So what if we can't tell ourselves to go down that street, but we know if we go down that street, that's going to be the wrong street. Like, we got to figure it out for ourselves. Like, I think it's twofold. I think, yes, we are experiencing already what we've been through, but in the physical, we got to experience it. But our higher selves can't intervene in that physical aspect.
Yeah, I think, because
makes sense.
So, like, you can get the basics, but you can't get the details.
Right.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Right.
Because you know, think of it like this, right? Because because I was like, so, you know, Foxy was telling me some things in the back scenery, right? And I remember I told her, wait a minute, and I was like, damn, I should have asked her for this. And she was like, because you know what I told her, she was telling me about this, right? And I know Foxy would say this about, you know, in general readings, she'll just magically go in the bag and they'll pick out some letters. I was like, damn, you know, I should have asked you. They should have let you see, like, ooh, they can pick you out some letters. I'll be like, I was like, damn. And I was like, see, they always put it hold out. I was like, to me, yeah, it's not meant for you, know, that makes it too easy. That makes it too easy. Because they're like, nope, Wally, you got to use your intuition, sir. You
Right.
know, you know.
So I'm glad you're catching on, because boy, it's like Scooby-Doo with you, mystery machine. And I'm like, I couldn't even tell you the answers if I wanted to, because I'm also obligated in the hierarchies of, I can't talk, I can't tell you that, because that's your road and your higher self has to figure it out. And we just give you the message. Like, it's crazy when you start thinking. That's what I'm saying. Like, this type of shit will have you bugged out in here. You be like, yo, what? You start talking. I talk to myself, but you really be starting talking to yourself like, yo.
So you ain't the only one, because I be doing the same thing. I need answers.
Yo, I have full, and I know,
walking down the hallways.
Huh?
I used to be in high school walking down the hallway talking to myself wide open, like having whole conversations with myself. Didn't care who was listening or watching. I did not care. I still don't.
You are bold. I'm so happy they got earphones now that we could talk and pretend like we talking to somebody.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, but that's the thing. Like, I actually like that idea, like, just like being able to just talk to oneself, because it's like, I always say it like this: me, myself, and I. Who else better? Who else better?
Exactly.
I mean, that's how I look at it. Like, man, if nobody else on this planet understands me, I do.
Exactly.
Right. And all we're really doing in hindsight, now that I'm knowing about it, is you're talking to your higher self, and maybe an ancestor or two there, but it's not you just talking to yourself like they want us to think like we cuckoo.
Right.
And that also brings us to these medical issues. Again, when we're doing yoga, and we're doing meditation, and we're doing the chakra work, these things help with not only the spiritual, but also the physical. There's elements that it can help with, mental issues that it can help with. It may help with. I'm going to put that in there. I'm not going to say it definitely 100%, because everybody wants concrete, and it's like, no, you got to really go into it and see. But there's probably people that are schizophrenic that maybe just are seeing things, talking to other beings, and you and I will be like, no, y'all don't see who you're talking to, and deem that person crazy. But what if these schizophrenics are actually not? There's nothing crazy about them. They're just on a higher level, vibrating on a different frequency.
Right. That makes sense. I've heard that before.
I'm starting to see that. Like, what if that's the case? What if these things that got autism and stuff, what if they're really geniuses, and they're operating, their spectrum is different. It's a different capacity than you and I. What makes them, wrong? Or, what makes them like, there's something wrong with this kid? No, they just different, operating on a different, but you as a parent have to figure it out and get to it and challenge that. If they're severely autistic, then that there's other, you're going to have to find other ways. There's diet, there's food that may be causing things. We've talked about this on other panels that, inoculations have been giving these kids these things, right?
Ooh,
So,
ooh.
it's deeper than all that. But I'm just saying on the surface level,
Yeah,
what if
we
we
really being. I remember like I was like probably 14 or 15. I
mm-hmm.
remember my father telling me like we being attacked from all angles. And I heard him and I believed him, but it wasn't until I started, growing and going through things in life to where more and more I understand exactly what he said back then. Like it really is the truth. We being attacked from every which way and ways that we don't even have a clue of.
Right. Because there's the unseen
Mm-hmm.
and then there's the seen. And the seen is doing like we just talked about, shadow people here and there. And I don't mean the invisible ones. I mean the real ones that is in the shadows.
Right.
Doing, dastardly things. And then you really got the shadow ones that are out there and you can't see them and they're doing stuff. It's like, huh?
Yeah, it's a lot.
So that's why I keep my little crystals around because I'm like, shoot, fly away, get away. And
Uncle
have
Hank be saying.
huh?
It's like Uncle Hank be saying, if you ain't got a pistol, you better keep a crystal.
Right. Shout out to Hank. I want his tea. That tea was helping. Ooh, boy. I had his tea. He had made some kind of
the Kinkaliba?
Yes.
I haven't tried that yet.
I was in Nicholas Brooklyn last year, and he was there. That's the time I got to meet Blue, because I talked to Blue a lot online back in the days, but I never got to physically see him.
Uh-huh.
He was out there. Brother Hank was there.
That's
Yeah, and he had the elixir, his tea, and he was giving like little samples for us to try and stuff. And I was like, okay, now I'm waiting for the mojo to kick in. Nothing. I was like, next thing I know, I go and sit down, and my body was it felt like I went to a spa. I was so relaxed. Every nerve, like I can just everything was intense too. Like the lighting was more intense and sharp, and I was just like, "Ooh, I need this in my life."
really? Oh yeah.
Good
Now I
stuff.
definitely gotta get some.
Yes, good stuff. I don't know if he ships it and sells it to people because they're out here in Brooklyn and Manhattan and stuff. And I don't even go out. Like for me to go to Brooklyn, it's like me going to Jersey or something. Like I don't really travel out there like that. Like it's crazy, us New York people. Like we just like, especially Brooklyn and the Bronx. It's like, who's going out to Brooklyn? Like, no, that's a long distance relationship. Like I'm not going out there. Or it's just, so if it's not Manhattan or Lower Manhattan, but I don't know where he is. I think he's in Harlem, but I gotta go on his website because that tea is phenomenal. It is. I was calm the whole rest of the night. I was just chilling, like, wow. I wasn't high. It's not a high feeling. It's a very like drinking a chamomile tea where it just relaxes you and you're at peace and just calm, but everything is just like lights are sharper. It's a really nice experience. But there's no aphrodisiac. There's no kind of chemicals that'll make you feel like you're LSD and type stuff. It's not like that. I wouldn't have taken it. Not when I'm around a lot of people like that. I don't take that stuff anyway, but I wouldn't even do it with a group of people. So.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. With listening to you describe it is kind of how I would describe my experiences on LSD.
Okay.
Because
I've always been scared. I'm like,
I was too, but I had like I'm from San Francisco.
okay.
I'm in Arizona now, but I spent a lot of time in my youth up in the Haight-Ashbury district, the whole little hippie area.
I was just gonna say, is that like a hippie?
Yeah, that was the main spot up there back in the days, back in the 60s. But yeah, I had a couple of friends who I was on some peer pressure madness, and they got me to try it. And I ain't gonna lie, as long as you around good friends and a good environment, you have a lot of fun. It is super fun.
That's what I heard.
I enjoyed it, but but like you said, the lights was brighter, and that was definitely one of the effects. Like colors are brighter. Like even listening to your favorite music that you heard a million times before, it's different.
It hits different, yeah.
It's like you never really heard the song before.
Yeah, I was scared to do that. And what was the other thing? Acid. Acid was another one that I was scared to do. Tabs and
Yeah,
put them out.
that's the same thing. LSD, acid.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, because I was afraid to just trip. I was really afraid to just trip. So I was like, I'll just stick with smoking weed and drinking some St. Ives and calling it a day.
We see, like, I don't know. It's like people kind of make it seem like LSD is like you're gonna see pink elephants and stuff that's not there. It I personally have never experienced anything like that. You don't see anything that's not there. It just can be. It's different. It definitely makes your mind race.
That's like taking edible gummies. I don't like that.
Yeah, those things can be very intense.
I did it like twice, and I was like, in my this age, and I was like, oh no, nope. I'm already nanu. I don't need to take something else that's gonna take me out of here. I was like, what? I was sitting like, what's his name in Debo's pigeon coop, just rocking back.
Oh yeah, no, none of that.
No. Oh hell no!
I said, who made these? This is the devil's candy. These edible gummies is the devil's candy because they're not fun.
Man, no. Running that's horrible.
I was.
Gotta dose that stuff carefully.
I heard you got to microdose it. I will just deal with my own insanity. I can't do it. I can't do that stuff no more. Not when they're already talking and I'm like, oh, so now, and then you reliving your whole life. And you just like, why did I say this? Why did I talk to this person?
It's a lot of that.
I don't want to think about those things anymore. I put those things to rest. Like, why are you bringing this back up? The edible gummies or the chocolate. I had chocolate chip cookies. I was like, oh, this cookie is real good. And I ate the whole thing.
You see, you can't eat the whole thing.
It was tasting so good.
You cannot eat the whole thing.
Even feel to go to sleep, and I was up like, what is this?
Wide open.
It doesn't even make you sexually, doesn't do anything for that either. It's just like,
no, it's not.
You're so paranoid and uptight and tense right now. You're thinking your whole life over. You have no ambition to want to do anything with anybody, but sit there and think your whole life over. I was like, no, I'm good. I'm done with edibles. I'll take CBD if I got to. Because they were saying, try it for pain, because I have a lot of pain. I have chronic pain. And they're like, try the edibles and see, that might help you with sleep. And then I was like, okay, la. Taking big chunks of chocolate, look like Hershey's Kisses. I'm just like eating it like it's real candy. And I'm like, oh, wait, when is it kicking in? Because my tolerance is high. So I'm like, when is this kicking in? Shit kicks in. I'm like, oh, my.
So, yeah, that's the thing with edibles. They usually take a while.
Yes.
But they kick in strong.
I don't like that feeling.
So you really only need a really small piece of stuff.
Well, good luck to y'all who take that. I don't even want a piece. I don't want to know about it anymore.
It's been a while for me. I haven't indulged since my teens.
Well, teens is good. Try doing it when you 40. I'm gonna be 49 in a couple of months. That is, all the life experiences I just had, and now that flushes back.
I know. I'm definitely not trying to go through all that again.
I was sitting in my room, like looking at the four walls, contemplating what the hell did I do wrong? Why? It was nothing positive. It was, trust me, I had no positive thoughts in my head. It was all like, the fuck? Did that person really do that? Did they really see me? And then you start thinking about the other. I'm like, no. Please let me go to sleep. But yeah, it's a lot to it. And also know that if you do take these type of narcotics and things of that nature, alcohol, they say alcohol has got spirits, you know, it does alter your behavior, your mental state, and your psychic state. And you can be susceptible to where now entities can come in into you because your vulnerability is low, your defenses are down, and these are when these things can you know, take in and kick in and stuff. And you know, look at somebody who's drunk for so long, they're an alcoholic and they always drink. But that's the spirit. They are possessed in some way. You know, besides them being an alcoholic, because you know this person doesn't do this on a non-drinking day. They're at fine function, what have you, and then they go on their binge and they just turn
somebody else.
That's somebody that's a takeover. So if you're also spiritually and psychic connected, you need to keep your that auric field protected as well. Because if you do take, that's what I'm saying. I didn't have no good experiences taking them damn edibles. It brought me more higher up there, and I'm already up there without that. So why do I need to? I was like, nah, I'm good. So yeah, word to the wise is, you know, if you're in that psychic world and stuff, be careful what you ingest, because yeah, you are a target. You're a target already, and so you're just you're just an open mechanism now when you start dabbling in that stuff.
It's a real can of worms.
Please. All right, y'all. You know what? I'm gonna give us a wisdom oracle to leave the chat with, and I'm gonna log off because my sister just called me and I don't know what happened. And
yeah, I'm gonna dip out, Fox. I gotta run to the store. I'm gonna stay tuned in. But yeah, I gotta go pick up some tools and fuels before this girl get home from
I appreciate
indoctrination.
you. Give that little Taurus baby a kiss for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brother Ultra. Peace.
All right, later.
Sorry,
All
later.
right. Okay, Wally. So yeah, we're just gonna wrap this up now. Thank you for everybody that has come through, Brother Wally. Yeah, we got something cool.
That reminds me. I just want to throw this to you, right?
Yeah,
Have
go
you
ahead.
ever taken the indulgence of looking up birthmarks and the symbolism behind it?
Yes, you know I have.
Well, then look, boy, I took some time because you don't know this, but I actually have a birthmark on my left arm by my hand. So yeah, took in some indulgence to that. Yeah, spot on. Spot on.
Wow.
Spot on to my whole character. Spot on. It's crazy.
Yeah, so
took some time to that.
Birthmarks, what some have wrote about birthmarks are it's where the spot of where you were killed in your past life, or deleted rather. I don't know if I should say the K word.
Yeah, and the significance of each birthmark, this tells you how much of your social life, like your spiritual life, has been renewed in a sense. Bro, when I heard that, I was like, yo, that's trippy. I'm like, okay, well, I only had one, so thank goodness.
Yeah, I only have one too, but I have they're also like if you have like little freckles or like a red flare on your arm or something like that, that could show like that's how you got burned or how you got shot. If there's like a round birthmark, it's really it's trippy.
Yeah, because like I said, I only got the one, and the way mine's is sort of tailored in a sense because it's like a curve. I sort of like categorize it as a crescent moon.
Okay.
It's funny because again, like I said, when I put it in there to try to research it, it was pretty much spot on to my whole thing. I'm like, okay, you know what? Yeah.
Yes,
it was an interesting little read.
It made sense for you.
Yeah, it was an interesting read. Because I end up knowing, like, they say if you don't have a birthmark, then you're just a new life. Just being born.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if you don't have a birthmark at all in your body, you're a freshly brand new soul into this life. But if you are someone with a birthmark at birth, then you're someone that's continuously reliving a life. And I was like, yo. So when I saw the birthmark, I'm like, oh wow, okay, I'm continuing one of my lives. Because I'm like, what did I feel like?
I definitely subscribe to that. Yeah, I only have one birthmark too. So I guess that only means like I've only had one. I think also according to one of the life paths or something, like one of those numbers will indicate to how many times you've reincarnated and stuff. And I honestly think I've only been here like, besides this lifetime, like one more lifetime. I don't think I've been here numerous lifetimes.
No, yeah, that's why I was sort of.
And I think it's like very ancient. I think that I was there like during the ancient Pharisees and stuff like that. But I could be wrong. And there's another thing. I don't know if it means anything, but I've always liked the fascination of like the 1920s, the Roaring 20s, like the jazz, especially Renaissance, Black Renaissance in Harlem, and the 1970s. Like I've always wanted to be like an adult in that time, not being born in that time.
I mean, that could be a thing because like if you feel in the flavor in the atmosphere, you may have been in that atmosphere at a time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So
interesting. Ultra says that it's wild. He says he has some matching dark dots on the same spot in his forearm. Matching dark dots in the same. So it could be possible. Yeah, look that up. It could be like either some type of burn happens, but they say it's the way that you were taken out in this life or that life.
Yeah, because I know because for the left hand, for the left arm / hand, it's one thing because funny enough, I end up realizing too, right? Like if you have neither your left or your right, depending on where the mark is, it has two different meanings. So for Ultra's case, you got a double whammy. So you pretty much got a dip like two-way condition for yours. But because if I'm not mistaken, let me see what it says.
Yeah, both forearms.
Because this is what it says, right? That I just researched a little bit, right? So both birthmarks on the arms are frequently associated with one's journey and direction in life, which funny enough, look, lo and behold, my behind always have to find the silver lining, right? And then I think, let's see what it says. The birthmark on the right arm might symbolize being a loyal and caring homemaker. A mark on the left arm could suggest to giving more than one has. And then has the same birthmark on both arms is sometimes interpreted as having a dominant and powerful personality. Yeah, that's amongst the arms, like as far as association amongst arms. But like hands, like let's say if you have it directly on the hand, then it says the birthmark on the hands are often linked to the skills and talents, preferably those involving dexterity and creativity. The left hand may suggest a giving nature, while the right hand could indicate a tendency of receive. So yeah. So it was interesting stuff. It was just very interesting stuff.
Ultra, we might have been buddies or something back in the days. He says the hood from San Francisco's Fillmore, and they call it the West Coast Harlem, real big during the Renaissance.
Yeah.
I have such an infatuation, and then I watch shows, movies that are around that time, like the mob, like Al Capone and all that. Like I watch, not like I specifically would love to be in that like Harlem, the Black Renaissance, but I still do watch like shows, movies, like I said, that are like during the 1920s. For some reason, there's just this infinity. And then the 1970s, like the early 70s. Just because it looked fun, and again, just yeah, it was a hard time as well. But so were the generations that I lived in. I grew up in the 80s, I grew up in the 90s. So yeah, but all right. So great information. I love that. I need to look more up on the birth, because it's not on any of my, it's on my body, but it's in a spot I ain't gonna talk about online.
Right. Right. Because what did it give me? I know it said it says the arms, the legs / feet, the back, hands, shoulders, neck, cheek, and forehead. So
that's it.
Those are like mostly the main locations that it gave me.
What does it say on the back?
So on the back, so if you're someone that has a birthmark on the back, it may signify loyalty, honesty, and practicality.
Okay. Yeah. It's not specifically on my back. It's on my back side, but it ain't on my back.
Yeah, you can take your own information on that end.
Right. So, all right, with that, we are going to close out. I have a wisdom oracle to leave us with, and this card wanted to keep coming out as I was shuffling, and it is serendipity, which is just what we've been talking about. It's number 18, breaking down to 9. 9 has to do with endings and beginnings. So an ending needs to happen so a beginning could start. You know, I didn't do the week message. Yeah, 5-5. Oh, today is 5-5 though. That's about big change. Yeah. Big change.
Yeah.
5's about
Cinco de Mayo, ladies and gentlemen, somewhere in the week.
Oh yeah, that too. So serendipity, you know, tapping into that realm, if you will, to that spiritual realm. Getting the signs and symbols that you need to know about you being on that right path, or the path that you're supposed to be on, not so much the right path, because right path could look different for me or you. And so knowing what's the path that you need to be on. There's a 4-leaf clover here, so that's about luck. All right. And, you know, some people don't subscribe to luck, but it's part of that word or those synchronicities or that serendipity that we subscribe to with luck. And during this time, you could be lucky. Once something ends, once there's some physical or metaphysical thing that's ending in your life, so that something new can become in, that could be a sign of luck for you. Like I finally, you know, my luck is starting, and I can start a new, turn a new leaf and start a new life and leave behind the things of the past and move forward, because we're always supposed to be going forward. Doesn't hurt to look back, unless, you know, you subscribe to the Bible with Lot's wife. But it doesn't hurt to look into your past, to remember where you come from, so that you know where to go forward. And just, you know, we also have here thinker, and why. So asking these questions and getting answers, going into books like I just showed us, to read and dive deeper, and take some time, maybe an hour or two, to go into these books and kind of just delve into things, and then take notes and revisit it. It's something that's always happening. It's not something that you just put the book down and that's it. You don't think about it again. If you want to get into this world of metaphysics and spirituality and of that nature, go by the book. Yes, we also have the innateness in us. So if you have that already in you, and you pick up the books, it's just double, you know, who wouldn't like to be triple prepared going into something, right? So having these books, having your own intuition, your own spiritual knowledge is key. And I'm going to show while I can't unless it's like 2 minutes. If it's like 2 minutes, really,
yeah, it's
really
not real quick. I won't hold you up.
Okay, all right. All right, so the first book that I showed us is The Wheels of Light. Okay, by what's her name? Rosalind Bury. The other book that I showed was The Science of Yoga by Anne Swanson. The Science of Yoga, Anne Swanson. The chakra books, The Chakra Healing by Lisa Simpson. The next one is Chakra Meditation by Swami Saradananda. What's Your Aura? What's My Aura by Mystic Michaela. And Yoga, 7 Minutes, 7 Days by Gertrude Hirsch. Last one I didn't show you, but it is Exercise for Joints and Glands by Swami Rama. So if you have any joint issues, this is good. Okay. All right, guys, that is it all done. A lot of doubles in my family on 11. Grandpa 1010. Wow. Zord is 55. And 220. Sun is 44. Wow. Wow. Those are very magical, is all I can say, is all the words I can come up with. Magical people in your family, Brother Ultra. That's amazing. That's awesome. That's powerful. All right, y'all. So with that being said, I will catch y'all all on the flip side. It has been almost 5 hours up in this piece. Hope you got some information in here from everybody who joined on the panel. And we're ever learning. All right, y'all. Peace.